Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Good Saturday afternoon, jerks. Hope everyone's doing good. I'm just chilling out. Got a little free time. Oh, hold on. There we go. And realized I have a lot of new video that I want to go over. And it's the Robert Devine post-commission hearings, his testimony, his lawyers. It's This is all new. It just came out in the last 24 hours. I was doing the Grace Curley show yesterday. It was great. Had some great guests. Maybe talk about that. But we got like just the first hearing, 6.5 hours basically of content to go over. I want to go through every single one of these post commission hearings on Robert Devine. So that's what we're going to do today. We're just going to sit back and hit play, and we're going to listen to this. Before I get into this, though, this is from WCVB. They apparently have reviewed all the content already, and they pulled up a wild quote. Wild quote. This is again Robert Devine of the Stoughton Police Department. He had a program, the Explorers program, that he ran with young kids, and he's facing discipline over his involvement with Sandra Birchmore. We've seen the pictures of them together. There's been a lot of grooming allegations against him. There's been a lot of allegations against him, even beyond Sandra before, with some relationships in the past. This guy has been scandalous for a long time. And this is what he testified to, apparently, at the post commission hearing. This is what he said about Sandra Birchmore, who's no longer with us. He said, she pretty much lied about everything there was to lie about. Hmm. That's from WCVB. That's the one quote they pulled. And the headline of the story is former officer attacks Sandra Birchmore in disciplinary hearing. Wild. Pretty sick. Pretty sick stuff. We're just gonna play it all. We're just gonna every day that we have time, we're just gonna play it. And this is the first one. This is the first hearing that's just been released. They have a bunch of hearings. Let's watch them together and see what it's really about here. I don't even know where he says that, because there's so much here to review. One of the issues that I'm gonna have to take care of here is to make sure that we don't listen to too much gray noise. You know that gray noise because they have a fuzz. They have a fuzz sound. So that's pretty much it. That's what we're gonna have to be dealing with here. But otherwise, we're just gonna mostly kick back and listen. Maybe I'll pipe in once in a while, check in. But I just want to watch this, and I figure why not watch it with headphones? Why not watch it with all of you together? And let's just do that. I'm gonna remove this one. That Let me see. That looks funky. Does that look at? Oh, that looks fine. Okay. StreamYard's acting weird again. Yeah, rest in peace, Sandra Birchmore. Trying to stay away from the bullshit today, but one thing I'm gonna say, because I think it's funny, is that I'm a guy that never I don't know, I'm not a look guy, a fashion guy. Just not. You know what I mean? That's not how we grew up. We grew up playing in the mud. We didn't have people walking us to the bus stop. Let's say that. You know what I mean? Like we're the world I come from. So one of the things I find is funny is that the biggest dig against me is about my hair and my lack of cleanliness, or I smell or something, which is funny because I am a little bit of a slob, but I live with a clean freak. And all my clothes, all of our stuff, it just gets cleaned like immediately, every night. Like she didn't even use a what do you call that? A hamper. Just throws it right into the wash machine. Someone was commenting on my whether because I was wearing my other sweatshirt so much, whether it was clean. It's like, yeah, that got washed actually yesterday morning. And the hair stuff, people are coming after me for my hair, saying it's greasy. And it's funny because my hairdresser, she loves my hair. She says it's soft and fine. And what I should do is not, because every time you take a shower, you shampoo. And if you do that every day or even twice a day, sometimes when you're dog walking, if you shampoo your hair, especially when it's mine fine, it gets too dried out. So she tells me not to shampoo. Conditioner is fine every day, but not to do shampoo. And yesterday I actually did the shampoo, and it's like fluffy now. But I love that the biggest dig against me is what some people are jealous is my hair. It's like hilarious, not the content, which is all I care about. You're focusing on my hair, which is nice. Everyone likes my hair. Like anyone who touches it, they're like, "Oh, it's so soft." Things I can't control. But that's all I'm going to say today. I thought that was humorous, actually. I think it's funny. People get caught up in the hair. I think they get jealous that I have hair, that I have soft hair. I do have the high thing, though. It's like, that's not, it's not all good. Ignore people. Sometimes I have fun, though. Like, the hair thing's kind of fun. It's like, if that's what they're attacking you on, that you have nice hair. My hairdresser, too, suggests that I should use, gel or mousse to make it. I don't like to use the products. I'm bare bones. She thinks I should grease it up more. Says it's too dry. But no more hair talk today. I never thought I'd be talking about my hair. I really don't give a shit. I really don't. Like, all right, let's do this. Let's play the video. I'm gonna step out for a minute, for maybe a little bit, and we're just gonna watch this. We're all gonna watch this. Does the carpet match the drapes? It's funny. Does the beard match the hair? Right? In my family, especially on my father's side, nobody has gray hair, but we get it gray in the beard. So, all right, let's play the video. Enough about me. And I love my people. I love my jerks. You know what? Let's put the ones in the chat. If you're a jerk, if you ride or die for the jerks, especially today, I want to see you. I want to know who you are. That's what matters to me right now. I want to know. That's what the best thing about this right now. Like, there are certain people that they're just, they're out to lunch, but others of you, yeah, I see the ones. I see those ones. All right, let's play the video, and I'm going to check out all the ones, and we're going to watch this together today. Thank you so much.
All right. Sorry, just making sure this is recording. Good morning, everyone. Today is Thursday, June 5th, 2025. The time is 10:02 a.m. and this proceeding is hereby called to order. This is an adjudicatory hearing for the Massachusetts Police Officer Standards and Training Commission in the matter of Robert Devine. This hearing is closed to the public pursuant to an order issued by the hearing officer on May 30th, 2025. We are convening in person and only necessary commission staff are permitted to observe the hearing. This hearing is being audio and video recorded. The commission is represented by attorney Sean Martinez and the respondent is represented by attorney Robert Stowe. My name is Elizabeth Smith and I'm the hearings administrator for the commission. The Honorable Kenneth J. Fishman will serve as the hearing officer to this proceeding. There are a few administrative matters I'd like to address before we begin. As a reminder, parties and witnesses are instructed to use initials when referring to any alleged victims or minors. The parties were provided a digital exhibit binder containing all of the exhibits they intend to submit into evidence. The exhibits are base numbered at the bottom of each page, and the base number for each page is listed in the table of contents at the beginning of the PDF. So we ask the parties to use the page's specific base number when referring to any of the exhibits. And to ensure the audio in the recording is clear, the parties are asked to speak directly into the microphones on the table. And this matter is now for Judge Fishman.
Good morning, counsel.
Good morning.
And if you would state your appearances for the record, please. Sean Martinez for the Division of Police Standards. Good morning.
And Robert Stowe on behalf of Robert Devine, you see it next to me.
All right, good morning. Before we actually begin the evidentiary portion of the hearing, I have a few matters I want to address. Mr. Devine filed an additional motion to reconsider the amended decision on a party's motion in limine. I think since it was received yesterday, Mr. Martinez indicated by communication that he would simply address it orally today. I've read the motion. Why don't I hear from you, Mr. Martinez?
Thank you. The division's position is that the second motion to reconsider should be denied. First of all, due to a procedural error, as with the first motion to reconsider, it does not meet the requirements of a motion to reconsider under 801 CMR 1.01, subsection 7, subsection L. There was no issue that was overlooked because this is an issue that was brought forth during this motion, and also there was no clerical or mechanical error brought forth. Should the court consider the merits here, the motion should still be denied. As was addressed in our motions in limine, the right to cross-examination is not self-executing or absolute. And that's from Embers of Salisbury versus the Alcoholic Beverages Control Commission, 401 Mass 526, 1988. The unavailability of a witness does not reflect upon the reliability of the hearsay. These exhibits have already been admitted due to their reliability, and the unavailability of William Farwell or Matthew Farwell does not undermine that reliability. Mr. Devine's due process rights are not violated due to the fact that William Farwell and Matthew Farwell are not available. Their unavailability is not due to the agency's actions. And then just as a practical matter, the respondent made no actual attempts to serve subpoenas or to make these witnesses available for the hearing. The first that we've heard of these witnesses even potentially testifying was on Monday, with no notice to the party or to the hearing officer. All that was done to allegedly make these witnesses testify was to shoot an email to their given attorneys on Monday. There was no subpoena attached. The court received no subpoenas. Again, the Farwells were never listed as witnesses. Just given when the discovery was turned over, there's been no doubt as to the materials that were going to be submitted at this hearing. The division first turned over all of the materials by March 28th of last year. These witnesses would have been anticipated had Mr. Devine wanted to call them. He essentially had 15 months to see if these witnesses were available and waited till 2 days before the hearing. As is evident from the email on his face in regard to William Farwell's attorney, his attorney responded, "As you know, my client currently resides in New Mexico. I did go and look at the mass court docket on the civil case, and actually service of process was returned in April 2023 on William Farwell. So counsel has known for over 2 years now that he resides in New Mexico and only made attempts 2 days ago to make him available for this
So
hearing."
you're saying this, the record indicates that it was served on him in New Mexico?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep. As with Matthew Farwell, similarly, I received an email from respondent's counsel on September 6th of 2024, which was just a week after Farwell was indicted for murder, confirming the indictment. So at a minimum, he's known now for 9 months that Matthew Farwell is in federal custody. And despite the difficulties of making someone in federal custody available for a hearing, made no attempts until 2 days before. The unavailability of witnesses are not due to the post commission, and in no way are we violating his due process rights by not allowing witnesses to testify or not having them testify.
Well, before I ask Mr. Stowe to comment on that, as a practical matter, although hearsay, as you say, as you note, is admissible in these proceedings, it is true that I talked in my decision on the motions in limine, what makes evidence reliable, and that is a requirement of evidence that's introduced in these proceedings. And one of the, as Mr. Stowe points out, one of the cases I pointed to, because it was cited by a Massachusetts case, It's an 11th Circuit case. It gives factors that assist the hearing officer in this case, or a judge in another case, to determine reliability. And one of those factors, as Mr. Stowe notes, is the availability and opportunity to call the witness for to testify. And in fact, I noticed that I really didn't have, quite frankly, the Farwells in mind when I said I was talking about some other witnesses, but it seems to me that the same logic, the same applies to the Farwells as well. So even though hearsay is admissible, and therefore it's not required that the Farwells be here, the question is, we have levels of hearsay, some of which includes allegedly statements made by the Farwells out of court, and then they in turn are incorporated into other documents. Why wouldn't that impact, given the putting aside all the other arguments you've made, and I think they're important to consider, but why wouldn't that implicate an impact on the question of reliability?
So actually, in the original order on the motions in limine, I believe Your Honor ruled that these were the genuine communications of SB, not necessarily that these were the genuine communications of William and Matthew Farwell. So the fact that they're unavailable does not undermine the finding that these are SB's genuine communications. They were still derived from a laptop that was found at her apartment. They were still derived from cell phones that were found at her apartment. And not only have we provided copies of those messages to the respondent, but we also provided the raw data underlying those. So from the cell phone, from the laptop, and we provided the documentation of where that information came from, both in the form of the IA and the state police reports that reflect when and where it was recovered. So the fact that Matthew and William Farwell are not available does not undermine the reliability of SB's communications. SB was already unavailable at the time that this court ruled that they were genuine and reliable communications of hers.
Yeah, but the question is, are you offering statements contained in the communications of SB that purport to be from one of the, or both of the Farwells? Are you offering them for the truth of what the matters contained in those statements? I mean, normally you look at each level of hearsay to see whether something is reliable or not, and that's why I'm asking that question.
I believe that the statements that the division is offering to prove the truth of the matter asserted, in other words, that SB had sexual contact with the respondent, are all statements by SB. They're not statements by William or Matthew Farwell. We can address that if that comes up, but I don't believe that there are statements from either Matthew or William Farwell.
So I'll be alerted to that. You should be thinking about that as well, that both parties should be, if we have to examine a particular statement within a statement to determine whether it's in for a hearsay or non-hearsay purpose.
But also, as to their unavailability, while there was an email exchange, I'm not quite sure that quite amounts to deeming them unavailable. There were no subpoenas.
Mr. Stowe, right now, I get your point.
Okay.
And Mr. Stowe, let me ask you that. Why 15 months later are we, and a day or two before, a couple of days before the hearing, are we considering this for the first time?
Oh, Your Honor, first of all, we can't subpoena in SB. She's dead.
I get that.
So we can't cross-examine her. We filed motions to eliminate, and the amended motion to eliminate came down last Friday. After reading it, I tried to get these witnesses here. My understanding was for a while that Mr. William Farwell is in New Mexico. He's beyond the jurisdiction of this point that I know of. I don't know if any law that allows me to subpoena him up here in New Mexico. So from the outset of this hearing, this case, this post-division case against Mr. Devine, he hasn't been here anyways. So whether or not I was able to get before or now, I don't have it. In the meantime, of course, Matthew Farwell is in federal custody. I don't think I should have to exercise futile effort to issue a subpoena to that's just going to get rejected by the marshals, federal marshals. I've seen cases in the past in district courts where attorneys have tried to subpoena in people in federal custody. They can't get them. The feds just don't give them up. It's just simply a matter of course. And this is an agency, and he's a witness in the agency. He's certainly not someone who's been charged for the agency that's pending his actions pending against him. My experience is that he's not going to be here. They're not going to have him there. And I shouldn't have to exercise this futile effort to draft a subpoena and have it served and go through the expense.
Well, in other proceedings, you would probably go to the court, for instance, and ask the court to use its powers to get a witness in that whoever is holding that witness is not complying with the subpoena. I mean, none of that was done.
No.
And I practiced in the federal and state courts for years. I certainly am aware of the issue you're talking about, the difficulty in obtaining a federal prisoner into a state proceeding, but it happens from time to time. And not that it's easy, but it happens. And I don't know that I can, on the record that's before me, I don't know that I can necessarily conclude that that would have been a wasted effort on your part, and I should almost take judicial notice of the notion that you couldn't have done anything more either. But
I understand.
But let me do this. I'm going to treat this much the same way as I treated the original motion to consider. While it may violate the provision of 801 CMR, I'm going to consider it on the merits because of the unusual circumstances here. I think that and by the way, sometimes when you have a witness that you think you're not going to be able to do, we talk about enlisting the aid of the prosecuting authority as well and trying to get somebody to do that. Clearly, that opportunity wasn't afforded the division in this case because they really only learned about your actual intention or desire to call the witness. But even stating all that, I think it's worth deciding, important to decide on the merits so that we don't have to, depending on how this ultimately goes, we don't have to revisit a whole case because of the potential that it's violative of the rule governing motions to reconsider. So I am considering it on the merits, but I am denying the motion, and your rights are preserved. I'm denying them primarily for the reasons expressed by the division. I think that ultimately it does not. I'm trying to remember the name of the 11th Circuit case. I know you're going to show me up there saying it. But get the name. Well, I certainly did quote from and deemed it relevant the Basco case. It's a factor that can be considered in determining reliability, and it was considered to the extent I mentioned it there as to some witnesses in this case. I think it has some relevancy to the issue of the reliability of any testimony, hearsay testimony offered out of the mouths of, purportedly out of the mouths of Farwells. And that's why I asked Mr. Martinez the question I asked. I may have to be cognizant of and focused on what purpose any statements that comes into the evidence is being offered. And then and you should preserve your life when that comes in. If you think that continues to be unreliable by virtue of its hearsay status, excuse me, I'm sure you'll let me know.
Leroy, I'd just like to point out, as you know, they have documents which are multi-level hearsay, and there are no witnesses that are available as far as SB goes that can cross-examine. So we're fighting documents that we can't cross-examine people on.
No, I understand it, and I think I've addressed that in my original decision.
Thank you.
Thank you. The second matter I want to address before we get started is a little confusion on my part, which is maybe typical. But what I'm really concerned about is one thing I tried to make clear, and maybe I didn't make clear enough in my decision, is the issue of the duplicate nature of some of these offered documents. And we talked in prior arguments on all this about the the magnitude of the documentation. I've learned from you folks about the fact that indeed much of the material is contained in this Division's Exhibit 2, which was the attachment to the original investigative report, contains a lot of the documents that are contained and other matters that are contained in the documents that the respondent has offered. That's why, and then I understand you say, well, I may be doing this, I may not be doing this, depending upon what they do. And I want to sort of get that settled before we jump into this. If you can help me with that, I appreciate it.
Sure, absolutely, Judge. I don't want you, of course, we don't want you, don't have the inclination to look at duplicate records. I identified and I put in a couple of documents, Exhibit 7 and 8. Those are the hard drives. Now, Exhibit 7, I understand, having spoken with Attorney Martinez, that Exhibit 7 is 50,367 pages.
Your Exhibit 7?
My Exhibit 7, the black bag, digital forensic, of 50,683 pages. I identified that because I just wanted to make sure that we had the opportunity. If I excluded it, if I didn't put it down, I wouldn't have the opportunity to do it. I wouldn't have the opportunity to say, listen, you know, you downloaded as part of the IA, you downloaded and looked at 50,683,000 pages, which is hundreds of thousands of exchanges. Right. And curiously, that happened all within, I understand, is download is within 1 year. It's an insane amount of some typing. I just want to make sure that I have the opportunity to address it with the witness and say, you know, listen, here they are. Where are Mr. Devine's communications with Ms. Birch in this 50,000 pages? Because there are absolutely none. I wanted to make sure now, contained within that 50,683 are, in fact, my understanding is the division's exhibits. The extractions, I think it's the extractions they have.
The extractions that are contained in their Exhibit 2?
Yes, that's it. So all of those extractions, I understand, are part of 53,000 pages. So that would be, I might not get to the 50,000 pages. Detective Holmes might come up and say, yes, I looked through 50,683 pages. It's the black bag. He created an evidence flash drive according to his IA report, which is those disgusting pictures. So he created that. So I intend not to even offer proof as to a judge. I created it so I could cross-examine him and say, listen, here's these texts, here's 50,000 pages, but here's also, which was those photographs, which are the second exhibit.
That's
Exhibit 8.
Your Exhibit 8.
Yeah, my Exhibit 8. That's the flash drive that he created, according to his IA report. And they contain all of these photographs and videos. But you'll see, Judge, as
Are those also part of the Exhibit 2, Division's Exhibit 2?
No.
They're not.
Are they?
Yes, they are.
The photographs?
Yeah, the materials you've listed here are all from the hard drive I gave you.
Oh, they're from the hard drive. Yeah, but the hard drive is Exhibit 2. The hard drive has.
Well, let's direct this to me.
Oh, sorry. The hard drive has. The hard drive has kind of subsections. It's just basically a Stoughton file, and there's a subsection that come up. But the download itself is 50,600 pages. Then there's this other drive, which is entitled Evidence, which are these photographs and videos. Now you'll see that as we go through the evidence.
You're talking about Exhibit 8. Let's make sure we identify this. Let's bring on the record the document you've created, which is 8.
Correct.
Are you saying is not part of the exhibit to the investigative report?
Oh, it is part of it, yes, but it's hasn't been identified by the division as being part of it. They're not offering it.
I thought they were offering the whole. No, they're not offering all of Exhibit 2. You are.
So my understanding was that Exhibit 2 in its entirety was accepted, but we were required to excerpt the important materials.
Yes.
I do have the full copy on a hard drive right here in front of me.
That may be the confusion I have as well as you.
Yes.
So, and the reason I say that is because I understood that there may be material that was beyond the specific items that I instructed the division to identify that you may be interested in. In fact, you may be interested in all of it, so you can say, look, there's nothing here that mentions my client. And I get that, and that's why it's in there. But then I get the sense that if that's in, then the extraction reports, the videos, the photos, all that stuff is duplicate.
Right, I didn't realize that was what was being
Well,
offered.
I intended that for the very reason we're having this discussion. So is it fair to say, and you know the contents better than I do at this point, and quite frankly, I hope I never have to know all 8,290,000, whatever the number is, that if the entirety of their exhibit 2, which is the exhibit to the investigative report, is included, that really most of the items you've identified are already in there.
I agree.
Okay.
I didn't understand that was the offer was going to be the.
No, that's fair, but that is the case. And I think that under the circumstances, it should be included. Now, the reason I asked that should be entered in evidence, so you don't have to put in all this stuff. It's all in one location. It makes sense. But the reason I asked the division to identify, because we talked about this during the hearing, if there were selected parts of that massive exhibit 2 that they were going to be interested in because it was directly relevant to the allegations in the order to show cause. And they said it was a couple hundred pages, whatever it is, and they've done that. And the second part of that was to say, would the respondent be satisfied knowing that, what I meant to say, that the entirety of exhibit 2 would be in there, but that this is the evidence they're relying on. Knowing that that's the record, would you be willing to stipulate, would they be willing to stipulate, and you be willing to accept the notion that, so that you don't have to go through the exercise you're talking about right now, that all of that doesn't mention Robert Devine? That's what I was trying to find. That's what I was trying to find out at the original hearing, and I realized that that may have been premature because we didn't know exactly what they were going to specifically be putting in, and they have responded to that. And you need time to think about it.
If that's in, of course, I object to it going in.
No, and your rights there for sure.
Right, I mean, but if that goes in, there's going to be a stipulation of 50,683 pages that none of them are authored by Robert Devine. There's no exchange between Robert Devine.
Well, that's not going to come in because they claim that this Riggs evidence is.
Well, Riggs, I don't think Riggs is Riggs is part of it. Yeah. Aside from Riggs,
That's what I'm talking about.
aside from Riggs, I don't think there's.
I mean, it seemed to me that that would have satisfied the exculpatory nature that you are arguing about, the absence of your client's identity being identified, other than what they allege the Riggs document are, in any of the rest of this, all 53,000 plus pages, right?
So the couple of hundred pages that are Riggs are.
Okay, you know what? The smart people up here, which doesn't include me, told me that although I'm old-fashioned, I love the fact you're standing. For recording purposes, we're going to let you sit, so make sure we're picked up.
I'm just used to standing.
Yeah, you know, you old-fashioned guys are awesome. So, but thank you. We'll be more comfortable. So now that we understand that Exhibit 2 of the division's Exhibit 2, what it is, and that the entirety of this is being introduced, I assume largely to avoid the necessity of having all this duplicative evidence introduced, and to also be available for you to make the point. Are the parties willing to? I'm not trying to shortcut it. I'm trying to make this sensible, relevant, and easier for a decision to ultimately be made. To stipulate that other than the documents that the division argues and claims that identifying the name Riggs is your client, that in no other document is Mr. Devine identified or otherwise appears as you have any evidence that he's an author of that or a participant in the discussion if it's a Facebook communication or any other kind of communication? Is that in the stipulation you'd be willing to enter into?
Other than the information already contained in the division's exhibit, you're saying like the material on the hard drive that's not already included in my exhibits. I believe that it's fair to say, and I think that's a stipulation we'd be willing to enter into to prevent hundreds of thousands of pages from coming in or having to cite to them. I'm comfortable stipulating that the pages that were selected in Exhibit 2 and Exhibit 8, as well as Exhibit 1 with the Marty Briggs document are the world of documents that relate to Mr. Devine, or the division alleges relate to Mr. Devine.
And you're obviously free to argue that and contest that relates to your client, of course.
Oh, we will.
But is that otherwise acceptable and also subject to your outstanding objections to the admissibility of the entirety of the document? Is that a stipulation which you'd be willing to enter?
Yes, yes.
Okay. So I think that's clear enough on the record. And I don't think that impacts the weight of your exculpatory argument that you're making. I think whether we were sitting here going through all 53,000 pages together or not, the stipulation allows you to make that argument. All right. I'm glad that's clear up. As much as I wanted to be seeing every one of these 4 or 5 times in different documents, being a little facetious. So.
Your Honor, I will say that the way that respondent presented them will be easier to navigate, just given that the hard drive has so much materials or so many materials. For example, if he wants to cross-examine using those.
Oh, that's interesting. Yeah.
And I did create an exhibit key, or as that will relay which of respondents' exhibits and correspond to the hard drive data and what those files are named, and I can share that with the hearing officer as well. So in other words, Exhibit 1 has a file name on the hard drive, and I identified that file name.
Are you talking about your exhibits?
No, the respondent's exhibit. I made a key to show.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
So let's do that. With regard to any particular document that you think that you intend to use for cross purposes, for instance, rather than trying to find it in the mass of Division's Exhibit 2, if you want to identify it, we can always mark, even though they may technically be duplicative, we can always identify them as an additional exhibit so that they're specifically noticed. So for access purposes, is that okay with you?
Sure.
Okay, good. All right, is there any other matters that you want to bring up before we start the hearing itself?
Yeah.
I do have a couple issues. As to exhibits 5, the division's exhibits 5 and 7. Exhibit 5 being the Board of Bar Overseers information on their website relating to Mr. Devine and his admission date and employment.
Mm-hmm.
The Respondents' Council and I agree that this would be admitted in evidence, so I asked that it would be accepted.
Okay, it's your Exhibit 5.
Exhibit 5.
Is that right?
Yes, it's public.
That'll be deemed admitted.
And then as to Exhibit 7, which I believe is the last unadmitted exhibit, it's Mr. Devine's own response to the division's letter notifying him of our investigation, and I asked that that be admitted.
Any objection to that?
No objection.
Division's Exhibit 7 will be admitted by agreement.
And the only question I have is, given the large amount of data, often these hearings, it's sort of on the fly whether or not there are written closing arguments or oral closing arguments. Given the sheer amount of data, I do think it would be helpful to give the oral arguments to guide the hearing officer through the evidence, but I do also ask that we be given the opportunity to make written closing arguments as well.
Any objection to that?
No.
I mean, lawyers can't resist having more opportunities to argue. So they can. All right, well, that's fine. I'm sure ultimately that would be helpful to me as well. So yes.
As long as you have, I don't know what the time frame is, written.
Yeah, let's talk about that when I have a sense of the breadth of the evidence that's been presented. And the extent to it. I may be wrong about this because I haven't heard any evidence. But in many respects, as much material as there is, the evidence that's focused on the allegations in this is distinct, other than the exculpatory argument that you're making, and limited and focused, and not quite as complicated as one might first think when we saw the mass of material involved here. So, and I will have that in mind when you're both in terms of the relevancy of the inquiries that are being made during the course of the hearing, and certainly in arguments that are contained after that. So let's just play it by ear. As of now, I'm certainly agreeable to some sort of written supplement to the closing arguments. Do you wish to make anything further?
Nothing further.
Anything further on your part?
No.
You wish to make an opening statement?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Throughout
By
this
the way,
year. Okay.
I just don't want to get started, I guess. So, was there any request to sequester witnesses?
Yes, we make a request to sequester witnesses.
Because do we have witnesses in the room right now?
We do not,
Okay.
and I believe that they are sequestered.
All right, good. So keep an eye on them. Thank you. All right, go ahead.
Throughout this hearing, the division intends to prove two things: that the respondent engaged in a pattern of unprofessional police misconduct that may escalate, and that he has repeated internal affairs complaints that were sustained throughout his career. Under the statutes, it's allowed that these be for the same or different offenses. Ultimately, if the division proves its case in this, any discipline to the respondent would be discretionary. According to the statute, if the division proves that the respondent engaged in this conduct, the commission may suspend or decertify the respondent. The division will be recommending that the commission decertify Robert Devine and add him to the National Decertification Index as a result of this decertification. The division is confident that the evidence will show that decertification is the only appropriate remedy here. Mr. Devine has a pattern of untruthfulness, abuse of power, and unprofessional conduct during his time as an officer. And given the gravity of misconduct, it's likely that it would escalate. His personal affairs have affected his ability to work on several occasions and have undoubtedly reflected poorly on the police profession. To give a little background, as you'll hear today, Officer Devine was with the Stoughton Police Department for approximately 20 years. For the first 15 years or so, there was no discipline, and in fact, by all reports, Mr. Devine was very successful at the Stoughton Police Department. He rose from patrolman all the way to deputy chief, which, as you'll hear, is the second rank in command at the Stoughton Police Department. He was involved in several community projects, among which are the Police Explorers program, which you may learn a little about, and a substance abuse program, which Mr. Devine helped found. However, his reputation changed dramatically in 2015, and this is reflected in Exhibit 3, the Internal Affairs Investigative Report that's already in evidence. There were several sustained IA charges against Mr. Devine as a result of that investigation, among which are conflict of interest, abuse of position, conduct unbecoming, and untruthfulness. Although I won't get too far into the details during the opening because the evidence speaks for itself. Essentially, when Mr. Devine, as is reflected in the report, was involved in an extramarital affair, it began to impact his professional career. There was a time at which when he tried to break off this affair that the other individual involved began to electronically harass him. And it got to the point that he thought that there should be some sort of police intervention. Unfortunately, as deputy chief, he had ordered one of his subordinates to investigate his own personal affairs. He even asked that individual to use Stoughton Police Department's resources to conduct a forensic analysis on his electronic devices. He further, again, with this conflict of interest and abuse of power, ordered this person to investigate where flowers had come from that were sent to his wife. And he even contacted a even on the date where the state police were conducting a search warrant on the woman's home to collect her electronic devices and to arrest her, Mr. Devine received a call from her and spoke with her as the state police were at her door. He spoke with her on the night before. Despite the fact that he had an ongoing not only contact but also sexual conduct with this woman for several weeks during the criminal investigation, Mr. Devine did not bring this to the attention of anyone involved. It eventually resulted in the arrest of this woman, and despite that he had this ongoing relationship and that he was a deputy chief, he allowed this woman to continue to. And there were several sustained findings as a result. Ultimately, the criminal case was dismissed after a few months. This resulted in the demotion to patrol officer from deputy chief and a 60-day suspension. On his return to duty, he was assigned to the desk for a long period of time, but he was eventually allowed to go back on patrol. Although there was a slight incident involving one of his children, leaving a note to, at that time, Deputy Chief Holmes. Other than that small minor incident, Mr. Devine for the next few years did not have any instances of discipline. However, what ultimately led us to this hearing is that, again, in 2020, Mr. Devine allowed his personal life to get in the way of his professional life, and that's through his involvement with SB. As the court undoubtedly knows at this point, on February 1st of 2021, as is alleged in the federal indictment, SB died, and allegedly it was due to being murdered by Matthew Farwell, who was a Stoughton police detective at the time of the alleged murder. At that time, as you'll hear through the evidence today, the Stoughton Police Department within a few days was contacted by the state police because the state police had learned of SB's involvement with Matthew Farwell. They almost immediately initiated an internal affairs investigation of Matthew Farwell, and Deputy Chief Holmes, who you'll hear today, was assigned. The initial scope of the internal affairs investigation was only to cover Matthew Farwell's misconduct. It was not until several months later that it was alleged that multiple other Stoughton Police Department officers were involved in sexual misconduct with SB. Ultimately, after the IA investigation, and we'll go through some of the evidence later, it was determined that Mr. Devine was in contact with SB through an alias in Facebook Messenger, and the alias is Marty Riggs, who's a character in a Lethal Weapon movie, which is a police action movie. Marty Riggs had been communicating with the SB in the months preceding her death, and as alleged by the U.S. Attorney's Office, even contacted her on the date of her death on the same afternoon. Based on the content and the context of these messages, the evidence reflects that Mr. Devine is in fact the alias Marty Riggs. As you'll see in Exhibit 8, which is a screen capture of the cell phone data that was extracted from SB's cell phone, plain as day. That alone should be enough to show that Marty Riggs is Robert Devine. However, based on several of the content of these messages, as you'll see, as is included in the IA report and the exhibits already admitted at this hearing, there were several indicators that Mr. Devine is in fact Marty Riggs, the most important of which is on the date he is admitted, as is reflected in Exhibit in Exhibit 5 that's already in evidence, that is in fact his date as is reported on the BBO website. The fact of his sexual relationship with SB is not enough to amount to police misconduct. The division admits that. To the division's knowledge, those sexual interactions occurred when Mr. Devine was an adult, when SB was an adult. Although it is questionable that he developed a sexual relationship with somebody that he met as a teenager and was a mentor to as a teenager, that alone, when they're two consenting adults, is not enough to amount to misconduct. However, the issue of misconduct comes to a head when you recognize some of the content of these messages. SB met him for a sexual encounter, as is reflected in the messages, while he's on duty on one occasion. He arranged for that sexual encounter and also engaged in the sexual encounter while on duty, and that's reflected in the messages. Additionally, when confronted in the internal affairs investigation interview, Mr. Devine claims that he never had any electronic contact with SB and that he never had any sexual contact with SB. The division's position is that the evidence overwhelmingly supports that these statements are untrue. Now, the 2021 IA investigation resulted in multiple sustained findings as well. Incompetence due to these messages and the sexual conduct while on duty, untruthfulness about the extent of his relationship with SB, and attention and devotion to duty, again, due to the messages and sexual conduct while on duty. As the division will submit at the conclusion of this hearing, the sustained IA findings in 2015 and in 2021 amount to repeated internal affairs complaints for the same, or sustained internal affairs complaints for the same, or different offenses, and his conduct both throughout the 2015 investigation and the 2020 and 2021 investigation that amounts to a pattern of unprofessional police conduct that may escalate. Throughout this hearing, I expect the respondent will make several claims that are not supported by the evidence, one of which is that the IA investigators were biased against him. When now Chief Holmes was assigned, it's true that at one point Mr. Devine and now Chief Holmes had a personal relationship, but in no way did that personal relationship detract from his ability to maintain this investigation and conduct this investigation. In fact, Mr. Devine was not even involved for the approximate first year of the investigation. And when he did become involved, there were already independent investigators who were helping now Chief Holmes out with the investigation. And those independent investigators were the ones who interviewed Mr. Devine. Additionally, all of Chief Holmes's findings in the internal affairs investigation are founded in the evidence and founded in the documentary evidence. They're not based on his bias against Mr. Devine, they're based in the evidence, including those Marty Riggs messages. You'll also hear claims that his accounts were hacked and that this is the reason why this person, Marty Riggs, is claiming to be himself. He's claiming that it's somebody posing to be him. And in fact, in his written statement in Exhibit 7, he even makes claims so far as to claim that SB may be involved in this because she's out to get him to get back at his wife. These are outlandish claims, as Mr. Holmes correctly cites in his IA investigation, and that's because just given the context, given the fact that these individuals, Marty Riggs and SB, were interacting over the phone, on video, meeting in person, the fact that somebody is claiming to be Mr. Devine, who SB knew for several years, is outlandish. At the conclusion of the hearing, as I mentioned, we'll ask you to find that Mr. Devine has repeated sustained internal affairs complaints and a pattern of unprofessional police misconduct that may escalate, and the evidence will support a finding of those two charges, and also as a result of the evidence and the severity of Mr. Devine's misconduct, the only just outcome here would be decertification. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Stowe, do you want to make an opening now?
Judge, to the extent I've got an opening, I just want to address the 2015 matter. Mr. Devine was brought up under investigation in 2015 involving a time in his life that was troubling for him. He and his wife had separated. He had a girlfriend during that time frame. They had a falling out. He received flowers with threatening notes. She wouldn't leave him alone. And he basically took it upon himself, didn't want to get her in trouble, just trying to find out, trying to get her to stop. He took it upon himself to ask people in the department to help him with that. It ended up being an internal investigation, and he agreed with it. There's a memorandum of agreement between the town of Stoughton and Robert Devine that he signed and is part of the exhibit. He didn't run away from it. He owned up to it. Here I am. I did it. I took my loss. And since we're here for today, however, in addition to that, that is the 2020 matter, is very different. He's denying it. And the evidence will show you that there's a big lie that's being played out here. The investigating officer is trying to present a lie that's been perpetrated by SB at the behest or at the encouragement of William Farwell. And that will bear out in the evidence that the division is going to present. The lie is there, it's glaring, but nobody's seen it. I'll leave it at that, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. All right, so Martinez, ready to call your first witness?
I am. The division calls Donna McNamara.
And raise your right hand, please. First of all, just state your name.
Donna McNamara.
Ms. McNamara, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings?
Yes, sir.
Stephen?
Sorry, I should mention this before you begin your questions. Can I just remind you that when referencing any of the individuals, minors or alleged victims, to please use initials. We would like to maintain confidentiality and protect the information.
And that's minor individuals, is that what you said?
Or alleged victims.
And by the way, I should add, are you aware that there are protective orders entered in connection with these proceedings?
Yes,
Okay, and you understand that you're governed by them as well? What you've heard or seen in the course of these proceedings as well?
yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
One,
What's your current position?
I am the police chief of the Stoughton Police Department,
How long have you been with the Stoughton Police Department?
since 2001.
Is that when you graduated from the academy?
Yes.
And do you mind just briefly going through your rise through the police department, what ranks you held and any special positions that you held?
I was hired as a police officer, went through the police academy in 2001. I held that position for a number of years before becoming a detective. And then I was promoted to the rank of sergeant in 2013. In 2015, I was promoted to lieutenant. In 2016, approximately March 5th of 2016, I was appointed acting police chief. I held that position in the acting until I was promoted permanently in January of 2017.
So you've been chief now for a little over 8 years.
Yes,
Are there any ranks in between lieutenant and chief at the Stoughton Police Department?
yes, there is a deputy chief position.
Are there any captains?
No,
How many deputy chiefs are there currently?
2.
When you were promoted to chief, were there any deputy chiefs who were currently sitting in that position?
No,
At the Stoughton Police Department, approximately how many officers are there?
there are currently approximately 42 patrol officers, 9 sergeants.
Given the size of the Stoughton Police Department, do you have a separate internal affairs investigation unit?
Yes,
And generally, who conducts the internal affairs investigations?
deputy chief.
Does the deputy chief ever enlist the help of other ranking officers?
At times, it's possible.
Is that at his discretion or your discretion when he does so?
I would be determined by me ultimately. The deputy chief position runs the internal affairs unit. Briefings are, weekly on any investigation. But assignments as far as initiating an internal affairs investigation is by me. But we have lieutenants that can and have been trained and can do internal affairs investigations as well as the detective side.
But generally speaking, the deputy chief is the one who conducts the investigation and drafts the ultimate findings.
Predominantly, yes.
Do you then review those findings and confirm them?
Yes,
Do you know Brian Holmes?
yes.
And how do you know him?
From my employment with the Stoughton Police Department,
Do you know what his current position is?
he is a police chief in the town of Kingston.
Approximately what year did you first meet now Chief Holmes?
2001.
And what's your relationship like with him?
Co-workers for a number of years. We started together, I believe it was 2003 when I worked the same shift as him for a number of years. We were training partners. We were instructors in courses through the MPTC and within the police department. And then I hired him as the deputy chief.
When you were promoted to chief, what was his position?
Sergeant.
How soon after you were promoted to chief did you then promote Chief Holmes to deputy chief?
I believe it was June of 2017 he was hired as deputy chief.
When he was hired as deputy chief, was that a vacant seat?
Yes,
Who was the previous holder of that seat?
Robert Devine.
Approximately how long was the seat vacant before Chief Holmes was promoted?
There was no one, when I was appointed acting chief, there was no one in the position. And because I was in an acting role, the town manager would not appoint a deputy chief until there was a permanent chief appointed.
In his role as deputy chief, did Chief Holmes conduct internal affairs investigations?
Yes,
Do you have any idea approximately how many per year he would do?
it varied from year to year. I don't have the numbers for each year
Okay, and how long did he serve as deputy chief?
until 2024. I think it was April of 2024.
Do you also know Robert Devine?
Yes,
How long have you known Robert Devine?
since 2001.
And is it fair to say that he attended the academy at the same time as Chief Holmes?
I believe so, yes.
And when you were at the Stoughton Police Department, what was your relationship with Mr. Devine?
When I first started, he was a patrol officer and then rose through the ranks, and then he was my supervisor for a number of years. And then in 2016, when I became the acting chief, there was a process where he was demoted from deputy chief to patrol officer, and when he was coming back into the department, I was the acting chief.
And is that the result of an internal affairs investigation that occurred in 2015?
Yes,
Do you know how that case was ultimately resolved with discipline? Was it after hearing or an agreement?
there was an agreement in place with the town manager.
And what was the extent of the discipline imposed?
There was a lengthy suspension and a demotion from deputy chief to patrol officer.
When Mr. Devine returned to patrol officer, were you already the chief?
I was the acting chief.
Did you have a discussion with Mr. Devine when he returned to duty?
Yes.
How did that discussion go?
It was in the chief's office, and it was a discussion about putting him on a shift where we had a vacancy, bringing him back in and giving him his patrol officer badge. He was unhappy about being in the position that he was in. He didn't want to be in the department, but he needed to be there in order to put a roof over his family's head.
Are you aware of any discipline that Mr. Devine had prior to 2015?
No.
Is it fair to say that he was also involved in some more community-oriented projects when he prior to 2015?
Yes.
As one of those the Police Explorers?
Yes.
Do you mind explaining what the Police Explorers is?
There was a youth program that was run by Robert Devine that was a paramilitary. They exercised in the beginning of the day of the classes, and then he held classes for various types of police oriented classes.
Was he the head of that program for a long period?
Yes.
Approximately how long? Do you have any idea?
It was the early 2000s that he took over the program and turned it into the paramilitary type of program. And then he stopped running the program. 2015, another lieutenant was appointed to the position.
Are you also familiar with a program called Oasis?
Yes.
Was Mr. Devine involved in that?
Yes.
And what is Oasis?
It's a drug prevention program that was started by members of the town as well as citizens and employees of the town.
Did Mr. Devine also participate in that program?
Yes.
When did he stop participating in that program initially?
Initially, I'm not sure.
Is it fair to say that when he returned to duty, initially he was not allowed to participate in Oasis?
Yes.
Was there a time when he later, even after returning to duty in 2016, that he again began to participate in Oasis?
I don't believe it was 2016, but it was after 2016 when he returned to his patrol officer position.
Did you speak with anyone else about Mr. Devine returning to Oasis?
Yes, Brian Holmes.
And what did Chief Holmes tell you about Mr. Devine and his participation in Oasis?
Well, he advocated for him to be able to participate in the program again as a member of the police department, since he was a founding member of the Oasis program.
Did you heed Chief Holmes' recommendation?
Yes, I did.
Do you know anything about the personal relationship between Mr. Devine and Chief Holmes?
They were very friendly, like we all were in the early years of our careers. Attended, you know, department functions, weddings, I guess.
To your knowledge, was there ever a falling out between Chief Holmes and Mr. Devine?
Yes, I believe it was after the 2015 investigation.
To your knowledge, did that ever carry over into the work environment?
Objection. Spectrum.
Well, if you know. Not what you've heard, if you know from personal.
Not that I've personally seen.
So are you aware of any arguments that occurred, anything like that? Or excuse me, did you observe any arguments that occurred?
No.
Are you familiar, if I use the initials SD, are you familiar with an individual who was a participant in the Police Explorers program at one point?
Yes.
Did you personally know SD before her death?
Yes.
And how did you know her?
And she was a participant in the Explorer program. They used the police station. I would see her sometimes in the locker room, within the building. I may or may not. I'm not sure if I ever taught a class with her as an explorer.
Did you ever interact with her personally, or was it only in your capacity at the police department?
It was only in my capacity in the police department.
In early 2020, or excuse me, in February 2021, did you become aware of SB's death?
Yes.
How did you become aware of it?
There was a well-being check initially through our department, and then ultimately the well-being check went to the town of Canton. And after that, we talked about in the station. After the well-being check was conducted, and she was found deceased.
After that, after you learned of the death of SB, did there come a time when the Stoughton Police Department became involved in an internal affairs investigation related to her death?
Yes.
How soon after her death did you first become aware of potential misconduct by police officers?
It was after the then Sergeant Fanning contacted me and informed me that there was a member of my department that he had interviewed.
What agency is Sergeant Fanning from?
The Mass State Police.
Were the state police at that time in charge of the death investigation?
Yes.
Initially, what did Sergeant Fanning tell you?
He informed me that Matthew Farwell and SB were involved in a sexual relationship and that he had interviewed him regarding her death.
How soon after her death did that occur that you found out?
That phone call was, I believe, on February 6th.
It's fair to say that's within a week of her death?
Yes.
Who did you assign to the internal affairs investigation?
Deputy Chief Brian Holmes.
When Deputy Chief Holmes was initially assigned, was it understood that the only misconduct alleged at that point was in relation to Matthew Farwell?
Yes.
And what was your role in the eventual internal affairs investigation?
The investigation was conducted by Deputy Chief Holmes. My role during that time was he would report to me updates on the case. We ended up hiring additional investigators. Any updates that needed to go to the town manager, I would be involved in.
You mentioned you hired other investigators. Does that mean that they were outside of the Stoughton Police Department?
Yes.
And were they independent investigators?
Yes.
Do you know if they had any law enforcement experience?
Yes, they did.
How many investigators?
There was additionally 3.
Did all have the same agency background?
Yes,
And where did they work when they were in law enforcement?
Massachusetts State Police.
So these three investigators supported Holmes in his internal affairs investigation.
Yes,
When they were hired, what was the purpose of hiring those three?
the sheer volume of information that we were informed that we would be getting was too difficult for one person to accomplish all the work that needed to be done.
And is that because there was eventually cell phone and laptop data from SB's devices?
Yes,
And is it fair to say that it contained her personal correspondence?
yes.
Later on in the internal affairs investigation, did any other alleged misconduct of officers become the subject of that investigation?
Yes,
And which officers were those?
William Farwell and Robert Devine.
Do you know how long into or how far into the investigation it was before these individuals became the subjects?
It was in April of 2022.
So over a year after SB had died?
Yes,
And during that time, although perhaps intermittently, was the investigation active?
yes.
Despite Chief Holmes's relationship with Mr. Devine, was there ever concern that he may have been biased in this investigation?
Objection.
A concern on this witness's part, are you asking?
Yes, correct.
I'll allow it.
No,
At the conclusion of the IA investigation, did you review the findings?
yes,
Did you believe those findings were supported by the evidence?
yes,
And that includes documentary evidence such as SB's communications?
yes,
And did you agree with Chief Holmes's findings?
yes.
Ultimately, excuse me, at the time the investigation concluded, were any of the subject officers still employed with the Stoughton Police Department?
No,
What happened with Matthew Farwell?
he resigned.
William Farwell
He resigned.
and Robert Devine?
He resigned to retire.
Along with Mr. Devine's retirement, did he give any reasons for his retirement?
He wrote a letter. I have not read the letter in a significant amount of time.
Had Mr. Devine been employed by Stoughton Police Department at the conclusion of the IA, would you have recommended discipline?
Yes,
What would you have recommended?
a termination.
Did you later make a recommendation to the post commission as to Mr. Devine's law enforcement certification?
Yes,
What was your recommendation?
to decertify Robert Devine
And why is that?
for the findings within the internal affairs report and his prior findings and his prior internal affairs investigation.
I have nothing further for this witness.
All right, cross-examination.
Sure. Chief, talk briefly about the 2015 investigation into Mr. Devine. Is that correct?
I
The
talked about,
2015 investigation into internal affairs investigation into Mr. Devine.
yes, there was.
And in that case, is it your understanding that Mr. Devine had a separation with his wife then?
I did not know that.
You didn't know that? It's not referred in the records. Have you reviewed the records?
I haven't read that report now
And
in a number of years.
Mr. Devine entered into an agreement with the town. Is that correct?
With the town manager, yes.
And who is the appointing authority for the police department?
The town manager.
Town manager. So does the town manager control your job?
I answer to the town manager, but I am hired by the select board.
And can the select board terminate your position?
Yes,
And this whole SB scandal, it's a scandal within the department. Is that fair to say?
Objection.
In that form, I'll sustain the objection.
Have you gotten a lot of media attention because of this event involving SB's death?
Objection.
Overruled.
Yes,
You gave a press conference, didn't you?
yes.
You tried to defend the department, is that correct?
I read a statement, yes.
And in that statement, did you reference Mr. Devine?
Yes, I did.
And what did you say about Mr. Devine?
I don't have the statement on me.
Do you recall what you said?
Not word for word, no.
Wasn't very favorable to Mr. Devine, was it?
It was statements from the internal affairs investigation.
You wanted Mr. Devine gone, correct?
I thought he should be terminated if he was hired, yes.
And you
Still hired
wanted,
with the department.
I'm sorry, you wanted Matthew Farwell to be terminated, correct?
If he was still employed with the town, yes.
And you wanted William Farwell terminated, correct?
Yes,
And you wanted to clean house in the Stoughton Police Department, right? So there's no
Objection.
more problems.
Objection.
Overruled.
I was referring to the internal affairs investigation and those that were investigated for that.
Well, you,
Chief, can you keep your voice up a little bit? I'm
Yes, sir.
losing the end of your answers.
Okay.
Thank you.
well, you were concerned for your own job too, weren't you?
No,
No? How much do you make a year?
Objection.
How's that relevant?
It's biased, Judge. She's targeting people within the departments, such as Mr. Devine, to protect her own job. And I just want to get out what's her job worth.
All right, I'm going to allow it.
this year, I believe it was $106,000 on the
Okay.
books this past year.
And you've been a police officer your whole life, right?
I'm sorry, 206,000.
206,000. And you've been a police officer your whole life?
No,
Well, I'm sorry, since 2001 or after graduation?
yes, since 2001.
20 plus years, right?
Yes,
Looking forward to a pension?
Objection. It has to form, but also relevance.
Well, it's cross on the issue of bias, I'll allow it. Are you looking forward to a pension?
at some point in life, yes,
And that's based on your salary, right?
yes,
So if you get demoted at some point, your pension could go down. Right?
I believe it is based on your 3 highest years of your employment.
But if the town is unhappy with your performance, do they have the option to recall you or have you removed from your department head position?
Yes, I'm under contract.
So you have a personal interest in getting rid of the people who make your department look bad to the public, correct?
I have a personal interest in being the police chief and holding people accountable within the organization.
You have an interest in keeping your job, and that interest would be accomplished by quelling any problems within your department. Is that true?
Objection has been answered.
Sustained.
Now, we've had other Roberts in the department, is that correct?
Yes,
You had a Robert Welsh, right?
previously, yes, not currently.
Not currently. Back in 2001, was Robert Welsh working for the department?
No, he was not.
Where was he?
He had retired.
I'm sorry, 2021.
Correct, in 2021.
Robert Latendre,
Yes,
he was working there?
yes,
And a Robert Kuhn, is he working there?
yes,
Now, Chief, you talked briefly about your background, and you've had a course in how to conduct internal investigations, is that correct?
yes, sir.
Okay. And as part of the course, you instructed to include all relevant evidence about alleged violations being considered, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And additionally, you instructed to include evidence that does not support your conclusion and explain why it didn't affect your result. Is that right?
I don't know what you're referring that to, and what instruction.
Well, I'm asking you what you've been trained in. So you should put information in your report that's relevant to the alleged violation, that is, that the person did something wrong, you're also required, are you not, to put in information that does not support that there was a violation.
Okay, yes,
Supposed to be unbiased, right? It's supposed to be neutral, like a judge, correct?
yes,
And that you instructed it that you had a conflict of interest during an investigation, that you should recuse yourself from the investigation, right?
yes,
Now, you just testified that you were aware of a falling out with Deputy Chief Holmes and Mr. Devine somewhere around 2015, is that correct?
yes,
And in fact, Deputy Chief Holmes took over Mr. Devine's job after 2015, after he was demoted, right?
a number of years later, yes,
Took it over. I couldn't hear that answer.
a number of years later.
Number.
Yeah, and you testified no one was in that position as Deputy Chief during the time that Mr. Devine was removed and Deputy Chief Holmes was appointed?
Yes,
What about Dan McGowan? Wasn't he in there?
no, he was not.
Dan McGowan was the acting Deputy Chief?
He was appointed the acting deputy chief by Chief Shastany, and Chief Shastany didn't have the authority to appoint that position.
The town had to do it.
Town manager, the appointing authority does.
And does the town manager, appointing authority, also have the ability to terminate the Deputy Chief Holmes if they so chose?
Yes,
Now, the falling out, what was your understanding as to the falling out that was after 2015 between Mr. Holmes and Mr. Devine?
as a result of the investigation and things that came out of the investigation, I believe that Brian Holmes is very strict feelings about adultery, and that has been my understanding, how he felt about the allegations in that investigation.
Just going to stop it for 1 second here. This is the Stoughton Police Chief, Donna McNamara, who's testifying right now. And I want to watch in the chat. I want to know what you think as she's testifying, because so far you can see they're trying to ding her credibility, saying she has a self-interest. But it's funny, the self-interest is like doing the right thing, for her department. That's what it feels like so far. I want to know what you think. Right now and going forward, like if some testimony comes up that you don't like, if you like her and what she's standing for and her answers and everything, you put a 1 in the chat. If you don't like something she said or you're leaning towards it, put a 2 in the chat. I want to know what you think so far about this police chief, Donna McNamara, and her testimony today. So far, I'm a 1. I want to know in the chat, are you 1s for Donna McNamara right now?
So,
I'm sorry.
Deputy Chief Holmes didn't like Mr. Devine because Mr. Devine had an extramarital affair, even though he was separated from his wife?
He chose not to talk to him with regards to personal feelings, is the way I understand it.
Well, what about the incident with Mr. Devine's 8-year-old daughter? Do you recall that?
If you could explain a little more.
You recall shortly after Mr. Devine's reinstatement, his daughter was there. And his daughter was in the station, and she was coloring crayons, 8-year-olds, until Mr. Devine was finished work. Recall that incident?
Yes, now I do, yes.
Okay. So, Mr. Devine at that point, he wasn't even a road officer, he was a dispatcher, right?
Right, he was a patrol officer assigned to the desk.
Okay, but the desk is what?
Answer phone calls, walk-ins, dispatch cruisers, answer 911 calls,
So a
assigned to
former,
the station.
so when he came back to the position with the Stoughton Police Department, you assigned him as a road officer, right? But put him behind the desk.
He was assigned to the patrol officer, as a patrol officer on the day shift.
But instead of being a patrol officer, he was put behind the desk, right?
That is the position.
Doesn't a patrol officer go on patrol?
They do that as well, yes.
Mr. Devine couldn't do that, right?
Yes, he did, eventually.
Eventually. Okay. Now, on one of those occasions, his daughter came in, and his daughter was present in the courtroom, in the police station, right?
That is my understanding, yes.
And his daughter, 8-year-old daughter, ran on some crayons, and said a word, or wrote the word revenge on a piece of paper in crayon.
I believe so.
And instead of trying to resolve the issue, it became a full-blown internal affairs investigation, right?
I don't recall if there was a full-blown.
Well, there was an internal affairs investigation that was launched against Mr. Devine.
We looked into where the,
Investigated by John Body? Investigated by John Body.
yes, the lieutenant looked into, he was the shift commander of the day shift, looked into what had happened with the incident and what it was about.
Who was John Body?
He was the lieutenant.
Lieutenant. So the lieutenant, did that lieutenant, to your knowledge, start an internal investigation with regard to this incident?
I asked him to look into it, yes.
Okay, you asked him to look into it. Now you remember. So now, Mr. Devine's daughter, 8-year-old daughter, draws on crayons in her office. That's the word revenge. And you conduct an internal investigation targeted at Robert Devine, correct?
I believe it was left in someone's mailbox.
It was left in someone's mailbox.
I believe that's the case, but
Then the
again, I have not read that case in a number of years.
And the investigation found no fault at all on the part of Mr. Devine, right?
Again, I haven't read that in a number of years. I don't believe there was any.
But they wanted to prosecute his 8-year-old daughter, didn't you?
I don't recall that.
You don't recall that the department wanted to prosecute his 8-year-old daughter at the request of Detective Holmes.
Objection, I have to answer it.
No, you can answer it.
I don't recall prosecuted in
Well,
court.
Yeah.
I
You
don't,
don't want.
no, I don't think so.
Do you recall that his 8-year-old daughter was given a trespass notice saying that she couldn't come near the police station?
Yes, I do recall that.
She trespassed. Who issued the trespass notice to Mr. Devine's daughter, 8-year-old daughter?
I believe it was Lieutenant Barney, but it may have been me that said she wasn't allowed in the station without my authorization.
Who was the driving force for this investigation? Who claimed that Mr. Devine had done something wrong?
Brian Holmes.
Ryan Holmes. So, do you think there was an animus between Brian Holmes?
Can I ask, but when did this happen? The incident, approximately?
I'm going from memory. I believe it's while I was the acting chief. It was earlier, 2016, maybe. And at the time, Deputy Chief Holmes was would have been a sergeant.
And you just testified that a few minutes ago that when you realize there's a conflict of interest doing an investigation, you should remove yourself from that investigation, right?
Yes,
Would you believe that an animus created against Mr. Devine's daughter and his family in an investigation would create bias on the behalf of Mr. Holmes?
I believe that there was an incident that took place, and he made a complaint about the letter, and it was left in his mailbox.
Do do you believe that shows some sort of evidence of a bias by Mr. Holmes against Mr. Devine?
I do not.
Do you know that in the in his IA report, Mr. Holmes referred to Mr. Devine as a misogynist?
I believe he did, yes.
He did.
I believe that was in reference to the 2015 investigation.
Is forming that opinion, is that what a neutral person should do when setting forth the facts in an internal affairs investigation?
I believe he was referring to what was described in that investigation. I would have to look at that page if you would like me to.
Well,
So I'm just confused. The use of the word misogynist was in which internal affairs, 2015 or the later one?
It was written in the later one, referencing the 2015 investigation, I believe.
Thank you.
just had it. Now, as part of the 2015 investigation, Mr. Devine, I believe, I raised it, came to an agreement with the town of Stoughton regarding his culpability or responsibility for his acts. Right? Page 632.
You said page 632.
632.
You refer to something, sir?
Yeah, sure. Refer to page 632.
And that's in your exhibit. That's the.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, the very bottom. In the middle. Yes, in the middle.
So it's 900.
It's Division Exhibit 3.
Yeah.
So, do you have page 632?
I do, sir.
Okay, I want you to look at 632, 633, 633, and 634. Is that the memorandum of agreement between the town of Stoughton and Robert Devine relative to the 2015 Internal Affairs investigation?
Yes.
I want you to turn to page 634. Paragraph 6. And who released this record?
Objection.
Well,
Who gave you authority to present this record, to look at this record as part of the internal investigation report, given this agreement?
Objection.
what's the objection?
So there's no relevance to.
No, I'll allow it. But I'm not clear on the question. Release it to whom?
Well, this is part that you've now released this file in this agreement in the internal affairs investigation report, correct? From 2021.
There's been requests, yes,
Yeah.
for personnel files and internal affairs files.
So you released it, right? It's out in the public.
Objection. That doesn't have any relevance to this hearing.
I think it's relevant.
I'm going to allow it. It may go to the argument about bias, and I'll allow the witness to answer that question. Did you at some point release this to somebody?
It was released to post.
Right.
In a number of, when public records laws changed with regards to internal affairs files, there was a discussion with regards to town council, what gets released, and everything that was released under public records was done through council at the time.
And was this part of what was ultimately released because of changes in the public records law?
I believe so. I would have to look at all the documents that we've released over the years.
And was that before the 2021 investigation or later?
Oh, no, it was later, sir. Later.
Right.
So did the supervisor of public records give you permission to release it?
There's been various appeals for records that have been sought, and we've turned things over and responded to anything through public records. And if we've denied things, we get supervisor records, there's appeals there, and we respond to those.
Did your department get permission to release this?
No,
Now, Mr. Devine, with this agreement, agreed to discipline in certain claims, owned up to his responsibilities in the 2015 matter, right?
he settled an agreement with the town manager and the appointing authority, yes.
And that's why it came out, right? He did it for-
As a result of the agreement, yes.
The town let him back in, right? They wanted him back.
The appointing authority, yes, agreed to an agreement.
So it wasn't your choice to have him back, but it was the appointing authority's choice to bring him back. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And do they have a meeting or a hearing where people try to voice their opinion whether or not Mr. Devine should be brought back to the department?
I'm not sure what you're referring to, sir.
Do you recall that there was a role taken within the department whether or not they thought that Mr. Devine should return to the department? That is, the officers in the department try to decide amongst themselves.
Not that I remember, no.
Now, did you review the internal investigations report before you, before it was signed by Officer Devine? I'm sorry, Officer Holmes. Did you review it?
Yes, I did.
And in it references statements that were made by Mr. Devine, right?
I believe so.
And those statements were recorded, right?
What, I don't know what you're referring to. What,
Well, Mr. Devine gave a statement, and then you try to schedule a second statement, and it didn't pan out, right?
as far as an interview?
Yeah, interview.
Okay.
I'm sorry if I used the word interview, statement interview. You gave an interview,
Yes,
and that interview was recorded,
yes,
and there's a transcript.
yes.
There's no transcript that was provided to us in the IA report. Do you know why Mr. Devine wasn't provided a copy of his own statement of transcript?
I do not,
Objection.
I'm sorry?
Objection.
And that forms the same.
Did you ever provide the post commission with a copy of Mr. Devine's statement?
I did not provide the post, initially, all the items in this.
And you've never provided Mr. Devine a copy of his own statement, have you?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
And the copy of Mr. Devine's statement is not incorporated in the AI report, correct?
Do you mean the IA report?
Yeah, IA report from 2021.
I don't know if it's in there or not. I've not looked at all the exhibits. I'll look at them if you'd like me to.
Why have? And they're not there.
Objection.
That's why I'm asking.
We don't need you to testify. Thank
I'm
you.
sorry. And
But to save me the trouble of looking through it, do you have a position on that, whether it's in there or not?
We don't have a copy of the transcript.
Okay, so it's not in the IA report.
Correct.
Okay.
And you're aware that many statements were taken as part of the AI investigation. I keep saying it. IA investigation by officer, Sergeant Holmes, right?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
There were many statements taken, right?
There were a number of interviews conducted, yes.
Page 44, page 44.
Just to help me during this process, is this from Exhibit 2 as well?
Yes, it's number 40, page 44 in your documents.
It's Exhibit 1.
Part of Exhibit 1. Thank you. That's what I'm trying to figure out. Thank you.
Do you have that page, ma'am?
Yes, I do, sir.
And in the middle of that page is a name.
Yes,
And it says on. Is that right so far?
yes.
Did you take a recorded statement from this? Did your department take a recorded statement as part of this IA investigation from this?
That page refers to the I is Deputy Chief Holmes.
Did you ever give the Post Commission a copy of that transcript?
I do not know.
Do you know that there's no transcript attached to the IA report from a Ms.
I do not know that.
And in fact, this, well, I'll ask Detective Holmes about that later. We turn to the next page, 45. Exhibit 1. Was her interview was conducted as well, is that correct?
Yes,
And a transcript was made for her?
I do not know if all the transcripts are in there.
Well, would a transcript have been made for each one of these witnesses?
That would be a question for Deputy Chief Holmes.
Okay,
Chief Holmes.
because there are many witnesses in, strike that. When you reviewed this IA report, did you have any concern that there were many witness statements, but there weren't transcripts of their statements included in the IA report?
I was not concerned, no.
Did you read every single page of the 488 pages, I think it is?
I've read the majority of it.
The majority. Now, prior to Mr. Devine giving his statements to the investigator in this case, was he required to, or asked to sign any documents?
I believe he was.
I get page 1402. It's Respondents Exhibit 12. Respondents Exhibit 12. I'm sorry.
Is it exhibit 16?
Yes, I'm sorry, you're Exhibit 16. Can I do it wrong? Yes, I'm sorry. Exhibit 16, I'm sorry. I wrote it down. And the first document, there are a few here, is a subject interview preface. Did I read that correctly?
On 1402, it says respondent exhibit 16.
Oh, yeah, go to the next page. I'm sorry.
Okay.
1403.
Subject interview preface. 1403.
Yes. What is that?
I'm gonna ask you to keep your voice up a little bit. You know, these are old tired ears on my head. So
Yes, sir. Sorry.
thank you.
Did you provide a copy of the one for Mr. Devine to the Post Commission?
Provide a copy of what do you
The
refer
one
to?
that involves Mr. Devine. This is a form that would be filled out to him, is that correct? Would this be filled out to him? How is this particular document?
I wasn't present during the interview. I can't answer that.
Well, are you familiar with the procedures to conduct an internal investigation?
Yes,
And as part of the procedure, would that document have been filled out?
the Weingarten, and if it was a criminal investigation, yes. You read the Miranda rights.
It's here, okay, so Miranda rights. Why don't we go to 1404, page 1404? Can you please tell me what that document is?
1404.
1404. Is that right? Yes. Now, this is the Fifth Amendment waiver, correct?
Yes,
Where is Mr. Devine's Fifth Amendment waiver?
if it's not in the initial investigative report, I don't know. I didn't conduct the interviews.
It's not in exhibit number 1. And do you know if the Post Commission ever received a copy of his Fifth Amendment invocation or his rights that he might have signed?
Objection.
Well, if she knows, you can answer that. Are you aware whether the Post Commission received a document like this?
I am not aware.
And as an officer for over 20 years, know that if someone invokes their Fifth Amendment right, no negative inference can be drawn from that. Is that correct?
That is correct.
But when Mr. Devine resigned, gave his resignation, and it appeared that he didn't cooperate anymore, Sergeant Detective Holmes drew a negative inference from him remaining silent. Is that correct?
How are you referring to that, sir?
Well, you just testified that the negative inference shouldn't be drawn for someone remaining silent, right? And when Officer Devine resigned from his employment, he wasn't essentially cooperating with the department anymore, right?
Yes.
And was it negative? And should a negative inference been drawn from him not cooperating and remaining silent?
I don't know that you just asked me if Deputy Chief did that. I don't know. I can't answer that.
Exhibit 1, page 63. Oh, no, they said resign. Last line on page 63. Did I read that correctly?
Yes, you did.
Should a negative inference been drawn from Mr. Devine because he resigned? Didn't say anything anymore?
You're referring to the Fifth Amendment rights.
Yeah.
This was an internal affairs investigation.
He was supposed to sign the Fifth Amendment document, right? That's what we just were discussing.
If he was invoking his rights, but he was being investigated for an internal affairs investigation.
Okay.
Policy violation.
So, and in fact, Mr. Devine didn't resign, he retired.
I believe the resignation said resignation to retire, but I have not read that recently.
Copy go back to 1404. Is it at 16? Sorry, let's go to the next page, which is 1405. Oh, page 1405. Which
Do you have a question?
yes, you know what that document is?
Yes, sir. It says Weingarten rights, employees' right to union representation.
Do you know if a union representative was present when Mr. Devine gave his statement?
I believe it was an attorney from the union.
I'll go to the next page, which is 1406. Do you recognize that document?
Yes, sir.
What do you recognize the document as?
It's a Garrity warning form.
And what is Garrity warning?
I'm sorry.
What is Garrity warning?
Would you like me to read it?
Sure.
Do you want me to continue?
No. Garrity warning basically says if you speak to us, we can't use what you say against you in a criminal proceeding. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Where is the one Mr. Devine sent?
I don't know.
Did you provide it to the post commission?
I'm not sure.
And the last of those documents, that exhibit 1407. Do you know the purpose of this particular witness interview preface?
Yes,
What's the purpose of it?
given to a witness in an investigation, during an internal affairs investigation.
And was the copy of the one used with Mr. Devine ever provided to the Post Commission, to your knowledge?
To my knowledge, I do not know.
When you read the IA report, did you look to see if the Deputy Holmes was doing his job correctly?
When I read the internal affairs executive summary,
Yes.
I read,
The
yes,
whole
I
internal
read
affairs report.
the entire, it was all not done in one day, sir.
When you read through it, were you looking to see if, were you looking to just see if it was complete, or did you look through it to see that whether or not Officer Holmes had made any mistakes?
I was reading through the document, it's a voluminous document, sir.
And you'll agree with me that the document is predominantly involves William Farwell and Matthew Farwell. Correct?
The majority of it, I believe, is Matthew Farwell.
Now, after Mr. Devine's first statement, you tried to schedule a second statement. Is that correct?
I did not, but
Did you have any exchange with him? I'm sorry.
investigators did, yes.
Did you get involved in any of the scheduling, or talk to Mr. Devine, or email Mr. Devine, or have any type of communication with him regarding the scheduling?
Did I know?
And you do understand, however, that a statement, a second interview, I keep calling them statements, sorry. A second interview was not conducted, but that Officer Devine was given a whole bunch of questions.
Yes, that was, I believe, referenced in his letter that he sent during it, when he resigned.
And that is part of the record, right?
Again, I believe so, but I would have to look through it.
And he answered all the questions. Did you review the questions he sent? The answers he sent?
I'd have to look at it, sir.
Sorry, Judge, it's Exhibit 19 with him. Exhibit 1.
Sorry, do you need page 19?
No, I didn't. This is one I didn't have.
Oh, okay.
I'll have to. You too. Okay, I know where we're going now.
Yes, it is 250.
It'll be. Yes, you're right. Thank you. You have that?
Yes, sir.
And if we turn to first page is our postage. We turn to page 254. That's Mr. Devine's response. And his response goes all the way to the next exhibit, which is exhibit 20. His response is quite extensive. And at that point, Mr. Devine had an interview, and he was given some knowledge that had to do with some internet problems or some internet thing that was going on. Is that fair to say?
Again,
You
I don't know the contents of the questions with regards to the.
Well, did you talk to Sergeant Detective Holmes about what questions Mr. Devine was asked and what his position was on the investigation?
Deputy Chief Holmes?
Yes, ma'am. I got it from this page 300. No. It's 300. One more. Keep going. I'm trying to page of it. 305. I'm sorry, ma'am.
I wasn't a part of drafting the questions. So Officer Devine.
Let's you could turn to page 305. You recognize page 305?
It's been a long time since I've seen it, yes.
What's the date on 305?
August 18, 2022.
Okay, so on August 18, 2022, Robert Devine was asked these questions after he didn't sit down for his second interview. Is that fair to say?
He was sent this document?
Yes, sir. By the author on page 307, which is Deputy Chief Holmes. Right?
Yes.
And if we look back at, and these are the questions he wanted answered, right? Now, if we look back at page 250, (251), it's the postage, right?
That's what's in the book. Yes, sir.
So on August 24, 2022, Mr. Devine had answered the questions, put together a package for the departments, and submitted it to the departments, right?
Is there, I'm not seeing a date.
Oh, that's fine. Is it you got the postage, the black page of postage?
Yes, sir.
This would be 251, page 251, or page 252.
I don't see it in this page that I'm looking
Well,
at.
do you have the page with postage on it?
Yes.
Okay. You see this? You see the date?
The word amount is cut off on this one.
Oh, it is?
It might have been cut off when you're printing. It's also displayed up
Oh,
there.
it's right there.
Oh, sorry.
See it? Oh. Right?
Yes,
So he was sent a letter on August 18 of 2022. And within 6 days, he responded with about 50 pages of documents and an explanation to each question asked. Is that correct?
if you say there's 50 pages, I don't,
Well, roughly 50 pages. This goes from 250 to 305,
250, okay.
55. Probably 5 pages is postage and. Did you ever have a discussion with Sergeant Detective Holmes about how quickly Mr. Devine had responded to the questions?
No,
Did you ever discuss with Sergeant Detective Holmes the content of what Mr. Devine had provided?
no,
Mr. Devine was put on notice that there was a problem, some sort of internet issue going on. To your knowledge, did you know that?
Mr. Devine,
Mr. Devine was put on notice on August 18 of 2022 on page 305 that that's on page 305. So Mr. Devine was placed on notice that there was some sort of internet issue. And he responded with about 50 pages of problems he had had on the internet that he'd been trying to fix for years. Did you know that?
I don't understand what you're trying to say, an internet issue.
Well, he was placed on notice. Okay,
I mean.
what is iMessage? What is iMessage? Do you know what iMessages are?
Yes,
Okay, how does someone send an iMessage?
if it's through Facebook,
Goes through the internet, right?
yes.
Snapchat. What's that?
It's an app you put on your phone, communicate with people.
Goes through the internet, right?
Yes,
WhatsApp. What's that?
it's another device and app that you can put on your phone and communicate.
And Facebook. Facebook.
The same,
Social media websites.
social media website, yes.
So Mr. Devine was placed on notice on August 18, 2022, that there was a problem there was an issue involving this investigation that had to do with internet access or internet issues. Is that fair to say?
I mean, there are questions that each specific questions about, each question here, he was asked these questions.
My question is whether or not Mr. Devine was placed on notice that there was an issue involving internet matters, such as Snapchat, WhatsApp, iMessage, Facebook, and the like. He was placed on notice. That's what that letter of August 18th is. This is what we're looking for, right?
Yes, he was asked questions.
And he responded by giving some 50 pages of email messages, Facebook problems he's had to try to say, is this what you're looking for? Is that what he did?
That would be a question to Mr. Devine, if that's what he did. I don't know what he did.
Well, why don't you look at the records? Why don't you look at pages 250, 253, say, through 300 and tell us what in your background training experience, believe those records to be.
Objection. The records speak for themselves.
Right, it's not what it appears to be, but she can look at the document, and say what it is. You want her to read each of these?
You want-
No, no. So these are, they should just read a couple.
Okay.
And I'll ask you a question. Does it look like Mr. Devine was trying to help the investigation and give you all information he had regarding problems he was having with social media?
He provided these documents to the deputy chief. I don't know what his intent was.
And the deputy chief discounted that, didn't he?
I can't answer that question. I do not know that.
Within a day of receiving this, he made his decision within a couple of days of receiving this. Did he make his decision? Do you want to? He just counted him.
Did you answer that question?
What date are you referring to?
I'll ask you a different question.
Okay.
To your knowledge, did Detective Holmes ever follow up? Ever follow up in any investigation regarding the claims of Mr. Devine that he had internet problems in the past?
With regards to these documents, I do not know what he did for a follow-up.
Did you read Mr. Devine's response on approximately page 253? His written response. Did you ever read his written response?
Much later.
Much later.
Yeah. Meaning not on the date that you referenced, 8/24.
And he complained that he had problems with the internet. He didn't know how to fix it, right?
I believe he does state that in his letter.
Now, I want to switch gears. Most of the questions regarding the internal affairs report should be directed towards Officer Holmes, right?
As far as the investigation?
Yeah.
Yes,
He did it, right?
along with the other investigators, yes.
Now, there have been, as your tenure at the office, there have been several complaints made against you by subordinates. Is that correct?
Complaints to me?
Well, complaints about you.
Okay.
There's two of your lieutenants alleged that you and Deputy Holmes unfairly weaponized the internal affairs process against them. Do you remember that?
Objection. It's alleged.
That was alleged, correct, ma'am?
Yes,
Who were they?
I believe it would be Daniel McGowan and Daniel Carmichael.
And at least two people filed lawsuits against the town due to these issues. One of them was Officer McGowan, correct?
Lieutenant McGowan?
Lieutenant McGowan.
Yes.
Just so I don't get confused, is the person making these allegations Lieutenant McGowan? Is that
Yes.
what we're saying? Okay.
And Lieutenant McGowan made allegations that you and Deputy Holmes had weaponized the internal affairs process against.
Yes.
Do you recall if Lieutenant testified about your discipline policy?
I don't know what the testimony you're referring to.
Lieutenant McGowan's public hearing? Do you recall that at all?
Yes,
I didn't understand the question, so would you repeat that?
There was a public hearing held for, Lieutenant McGowan.
there was a public hearing with regards to an investigation and discipline. Yes.
And who was pushing that job, pushing that investigation?
Who conducted that investigation with Deputy Chief Holmes.
And Lieutenant Bonnie testified that as to the absurdity of the discipline that the department was requesting in that case. Is that correct?
Objection. We're getting outside of the scope of the hearing here.
I'll hear you on that. Why should I allow you to go down this road?
Well, Judge, she's made a recommendation as to the decertification of Mr. Devine. And if it's a pattern of the department to just make blanket recommendations, decertification, to harass employees, I think that should be shown that they have a bias of policy to go after officers when they shouldn't. As I've already said to you, Your Honor,
If you're making an offer of proof, is this allegations by McGowan the pattern you're talking about?
I'll withdraw it. I'll withdraw it. We can get to the facts. I think the facts are more important to Your Honor. Now, we briefly spoke about Detective Matthew Farwell, and I believe that he's been charged with murder in this case, right? Not this case, I'm sorry, murder in the overall incident involving SB.
So, no, he's not.
Matthew Farwell?
He's not charged with murder.
Oh, what's he charged with?
He's under a federal indictment.
Yeah, it's a charge.
Killing a witness, I believe, is the charge.
That would be SB.
That's the indictment, yes.
That's murder, right?
Well, murder is a state crime.
Okay. Is it different? It's state and federal, it's different. It's killing somebody different.
But the specific charge is different in different jurisdictions, sir.
You promoted him at one point, didn't you? You promoted him to detective.
Yes, I did.
When did you promote him to detective?
I don't have the exact date, but I believe it was the early 2017.
And when you promoted him to detective, that gave him the ability to have more freedom and motion to move into the department. Is that correct? You go out and detect, I guess.
His assignment was 4 to 12. He was a detective.
He didn't have to sit. I'm sorry.
He worked 4 to 12.
4 to 12. What were his assigned duties, if any?
Whatever the detective sergeant assigned to him, as far as cases that he investigated.
So he would have less supervision than he would as a patrol officer or a desk officer. Is that correct?
Objection. What's the relevance to this hearing?
Yeah, I'm starting to get curious about that myself. Why is that relevant?
Well, Judge, she promoted a person in charge of murder. And again,
But she didn't promote him when he was charged with murder.
right. She promoted him. And this is a case of the department being under scrutiny by the press, the news media, the town, and these two officers, the chief and Deputy Holmes, are trying to cover their tails so they don't lose their jobs. And they're looking for scapegoats such as Mr. Devine to fit their agenda and fit their narrative. And we believe this bias based upon this, they're trying to cover themselves. And by coming out that that is Chief McNamara promoted Mr. Farwell to give him more movement and freedom to do what he chose, may have led to the death of Mr. SB. So there's more bias. Don't see it?
I think You've got in the fact that she promoted him back in 2017. You can argue that from there. So I sustain the objection.
Now, when Mr. Devine first returned to the job after the 2015 incident, I'm sorry, one day before he returned, his wife was stopped by one of your officers, right?
I don't know the date that she was stopped, but she was stopped by one of the patrol officers.
And she filed a complaint of harassment within the department, didn't she?
I believe she did, yes.
And even though your AI policy states that all complaints will be investigated, that was never investigated, was it?
I believe the sergeant on the midnight shift and looked into the complaint. I believe it was happening at 7 o'clock in the morning or something to that effect. Citation or moving violation.
And it was swept under the rug, her complaint.
Well, I believe it was determined by the sergeant that it was an incident that took place, that she was pulled over, that there was no intent for bias.
Oh, you have a Tell me, did you ever look at the internet post exchanges that are part of William Farwell, his exchange with SB, and perhaps Officer Heels exchange with SB? Did you ever look at any of those?
Not recently. Have I ever? Yes, I reviewed. I couldn't say what they say.
And did you review the specific ones where it's SB is talking with William Farwell? Did you look at those?
I've seen them in the past, yes. Word for word, I don't know what from memory.
In some of those exchanges that SB has, that we have, that the post is identified as exhibits, the issue comes up of Miss SB making or sending text messages to Rob, whoever Rob is. Do you know that? And my understanding, please correct me if I'm wrong, is the AI report contains over 50,000 pages of exchanges, and they are from the cell phone of SB, they are from her computer. Is that correct?
That is my understanding.
So her cell phone record should be there, and her computer record should be there, right? Along with any photographs.
How they extracted and got the information, I'm not privy, not that I know what they did as far as the Mass State Police did, the ones that had the initial access to that.
So all of her information on her cell phone and her computer, they should all be here in the 50,000 plus pages of documents, right?
I don't know what, I don't know exactly what they provided as far as the Mass State Police to us from the extractions.
But your understanding
If it
is,
was everything or just,
I get one last question. What do you understand is the content of the extractions made by the state police?
it's from her cell phone. That was, my understanding is that it was backed up from her MacBook.
So it would be all of her cell phone records and text messages. right?
It's my understanding that it came from the cell phone. What they extracted, I can't testify to that.
And
right now.
all the information from our computer, that might be social media or photographs, right?
Again, I'm not sure what device they got this off of.
But that's your understanding, that they collected everything, right?
It's my understanding they're the ones that collected.
I have no more questions.
Redirect.
Yes, please, Your Honor. When you were answering questions under cross, is it fair to say you read part of the IA investigation where there was a negative inference due to retirement of Mr. Devine?
Yes,
Have you heard the term resigned or retired in lieu of discipline?
yes, I have.
What does that mean?
Believe it is a term that is used by post to resign prior to any discipline from a department.
So, Mr. Devine retired prior to the IA conclusion, correct?
Yes,
And so he was not disciplined for the IA, is that correct?
correct.
Jackson, this is a form of discipline.
From the department, he was not disciplined, correct?
In that context, so,
He's not disciplined from the department, no.
There was also talk on cross about who the appointing authority is that fair to say?
Yes,
Now, at the time of the 2015 discipline, the town manager was who entered into an agreement with Mr. Devine, is that correct?
yes,
Were you the chief at that time?
no.
Who was?
Paul Shaston,
Do you know what his recommendation for Mr. Devine's discipline was?
I believe it was termination, but I do not know that for a fact.
Now, you've known Mr. Devine for over 20 years now, is that fair to say?
Yes,
When you address him personally, what do you call him?
Rob,
And you mentioned somebody named Robert Kuhn, who's also at the department, is that fair to say?
yes.
What do you call him?
Bobby,
Do you ever call him Rob?
I never do know.
Can I ask that the witness be shown Divisions Exhibit 5? The date stamp is 7/38. Now, is it fair to say?
Objection, see the scope of, cross.
We're talking about confusion about Roberts, and I just want to
that's where I
specify.
thought I'll allow that.
Can you see on the screen, Chief?
Yes,
Is it fair to say that this record states?
Objection, so advocate. Judge, we've already stipulated this is in evidence.
Well, there's been lots of things that were documents referred to. You can have her read it. Is that, what's the question exactly? Does
To your knowledge, was anyone else at the Stoughton Police Department named Robert admitted on that same date?
Objection.
I'm sorry.
no, to your knowledge, do you know whether anybody else was?
I do not know anybody else on that date.
Nobody else named Robert, you're saying?
Correct, Robert.
And that date was before SP's death, is that correct?
Yes,
Now, you testified during cross about Holmes disliking potential adultery, is that fair to say?
yes,
And that damaged the relationship personally between Devine and Holmes?
yes.
However, you testified on the direct that, to your knowledge, that did not impact them professionally, is that fair to say?
I believe that as time went on and and Rob was working at the department, that they had discussions and repaired things for their personal relationship.
Can I ask now that the witness be directed to page 63 of Division's Exhibit 1? And can we go to the paragraph above the subheading second interview of Robert Devine? Chief, beginning the paragraph of Devine's history, can you read that sentence? Sorry, is that the statement that you recall about the misogyny of Mr. Devine?
Yes,
And it appears that Chief Holmes's statement is based upon both the 2021 investigation and the 2015 investigation. Is that fair to say?
that's my understanding, yes.
And both investigations involved sexual conduct of Mr. Devine outside of his marriage. Is that fair to say?
Objection.
Yeah, you're asking, say what's in Holmes's mind when he wrote that? I'm going to sustain the objection unless I misunderstood the question.
Sorry, I asked what the statement in the report says
Right,
that the chief just read.
right. She acknowledged that's what it said, but you had a follow-up question.
Yes, the question was based on that statement, or based on the wording of the statement, is that opinion based on the two cases? It's based on the
I don't, at this point, I think the document speaks for itself.
You also testified about the change in the public records law. Is that fair to say?
Yes,
Is one of those changes that police misconduct records are no longer considered personnel records?
yes.
Now, in that agreement that you reviewed,
I'm sorry to interrupt, 'cause I didn't get this the first time. When did that law change?
I believe it was part of police reform. But I don't have a specific date, so I believe
Approximately, do you remember?
for
Approximately.
2020.
Thank you.
and can we now direct to page, I believe it's 633. Excuse me, 634. And specifically number 6. Can you read the first few words of that first sentence there? Okay, so in other words, to the extent permitted by law would include the public records laws, correct?
Yes,
There was some discussion during your cross-examination of records that you, and whether you had provided them to post, is that correct?
yes,
Those records that, or excuse me, should the post commission request any of those records, would you be able to provide them?
yes,
And to your knowledge, were all the records relating to this IA
Objection
investigation?
before these questions are leading questions, Judge.
It's a redirect.
I understand. It overruled.
To your knowledge, did the police department retain all the records relating to this internal affairs investigation?
to my knowledge, yes.
Now, can we go to page 227?
Well, actually, I have a question. Are you saying, Chief, that there are records relating to the internal affairs investigation that are not part of the report and the large exhibit attached to that report?
I'm sorry, can you repeat, sir?
Yes. Are you saying that there are records in the internal affairs investigation that we're talking about that were not included in the final report or the exhibits attached to it?
I believe you asked me if I could, if there were good transcripts. I would ask the investigators to produce them.
No, I'm asking, do you know if such records exist, whether they be
I do
forms that you were a question about or transcripts or anything else that were not included, that were either purposely or for some other reason not included in the investigative report and the large exhibit attached to it?
I do not know if they exist.
And as to the ones that you've been questioned about, that is the waivers and the other forms and the transcripts that you've been asked about, have you seen those anywhere along the way?
I have not.
Next question.
Can we go to page 227 and look at the third full paragraph beginning, please? Can you read that, Chief? And this letter was sent to Mr. Devine after his retirement was effective. Is that correct?
Yes, I believe so.
Once he retired, can you order him to participate in an IA investigation?
No,
And during an IA investigation interview, is there an oath administered?
yes,
And is that just the officers or is it to civilian witnesses as well?
I believe it's just the officers.
So a civilian witness isn't sworn in the same way, to your knowledge?
To my knowledge, yes, that's correct.
And at that time, Mr. Devine was a civilian, correct?
Yes,
This one, sure. And then can we go to 223? And the second full paragraph, the last sentence.
which paragraph, sir?
The second full paragraph. And that's what Deputy Chief Holmes did with Mr. Devine, correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
Nothing further.
Okay.
And he responded timely. Mr. Devine responded timely to that request. Correct?
He did respond.
He responded. Well, the request was due August 26th. He responded on August 22. Or 24. 24. Right? We looked at the post.
Yes,
So he responded timely. Now, we talked about the public records law. How does the public records law change?
public records law changed in that any discipline was no longer held confidential.
How about any confidential agreements? How did it affect the confidential agreement in this case, in the 2015 case?
On the advice of counsel, it was how we proceeded with the personnel file and the internal affairs.
Do you know the law?
The law says that is no longer confidential.
So you're saying that
Discipline is no longer confidential.
so you're saying that the confidential settlement agreement is no longer confidential.
Objection asked and answered.
That's a slightly different way of asking it. You can answer that. Or is that what you're saying?
It's my understanding, yes.
Have you seen the law?
I haven't read it recently.
Now, you also testified that at some point you believe that Mr. Devine and Deputy Chief Holmes reconciled their differences.
Yes,
So you know that they had differences, didn't you?
I know that Brian didn't particularly care for Rob's actions with regards to the internal affairs investigation in 2015.
And despite that bias, you continue to let Sergeant Detective Holmes oversee an investigation involving Mr. Devine.
Objection as to the form. She didn't say bias.
Yeah, sustained as to the use of the word bias.
You were trained that whenever a conflict of interest arises in an investigation, the officer must remove himself from that investigation. Is that correct?
Yes,
And when you realize, would you suggest that Officer Holmes, Sergeant Detective Holmes's feelings about Mr. Devine from the 2015 investigation created a conflict of interest?
my understanding was that there was no conflict of interest, that Brian Holmes, Deputy Chief Brian Holmes, had advocated for Rob at times in the department to participate in OASIS, to get involved in firearms licensing. They communicated and there was no concern with regards to them, and that there was any bias.
And actually, Officer, Mr. Devine actually started the OASIS program, the drug program, right?
He's one of the founding members, correct?
I have no questions.
All right. Thank you, Chief. Your excuse.
Thank you.
I think would be kindest thing I could do now is break for lunch. What do you have lined up for? Is it Deputy Chief Holmes is the next witness?
Yes.
And
I'm sorry.
yes,
My suggestion is, I know typically courts break from 1 to 2. If you want to break from till 1:30, or 1:30.
well, I was going to do it then. Yeah, I'm going to do it for a short period of time. I don't know what I'd do without you. But would 45 minutes or so be enough for folks here? Everybody all right with that? Not going to privately talk behind my back and say how thoughtful I am.
No, not today.
All right, we'll break until 1:30.
All right, so we are going to Zoom.
Yes, and the division may call its next witness.
The division calls Brian Holmes.
All right, would you say your name, please?
Brian Holmes.
All right, would you raise your right hand, please? You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in these proceedings?
I do.
Thank you, ma'am. See? Mr. Martinez?
About the protective order.
Yeah,
Oh,
Check this one.
yes, All right, Ms. Holmes, are you aware that there are executive orders that have been issued in this case?
No.
There are, and it's incumbent upon you, and I'm going to make sure that before you leave here today, that you have copies of them. You can show them, Mr. Martinez.
I can email
All right.
afterwards.
Because you need to abide by those. And that is that you not communicate or disseminate any information relative to this case to public or anybody else. So unless you're required to appear and testify. All right?
Yes, sir.
All right. Mr. Martinez.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Before we get started, just as an initial matter, if I refer to an individual by the initials SB, do you know who I'm referring to?
Yes.
And when you testify, we ask that you use her initials rather than her full name.
Okay.
What's your current position?
Chief of Police, Town of Kingston,
How long have you been with Kingston?
for 14 months.
Have you been the chief the entire time?
Yes.
Prior to working in Kingston, where did you work?
Town of Stoughton Police Department.
How long were you with the Stoughton Police Department?
It was like 27, 28 years, something like that.
Did you begin at the Stoughton Police Department after you graduated from the academy?
No, I began before as a dispatcher,
When did you attend the academy?
1999.
How long were you a dispatcher before that?
2 years.
After you attended the academy, what rank did you enter?
Patrol officer,
What was your highest rank at the Stoughton Police Department?
deputy chief.
When did you achieve that?
It was, I think it was 2017.
So for approximately how long were you the deputy chief?
About 7 years.
Who preceded you as deputy chief?
Robert Devine.
Was there a vacancy before you took the role?
Yes.
For approximately how long?
I want to say at least a year.
Other than deputy chief and patrol officer, did you hold any other positions at the Stoughton Police Department?
Yes.
What ranks or roles were those?
As a patrol officer, I was a dog handler. I was promoted to sergeant in 2013. Took on mainly administrative roles, but I was still on the street as a patrol supervisor.
When you were the deputy chief of the Stoughton Police Department, did you conduct internal affairs investigations?
Yes.
And was that the entire time you were deputy chief that you were also conducting those investigations?
Yes.
Any idea on approximate number per year that you conducted?
One year that was really heavy. I want to say it was 2019. A lot of infighting. I think I did 14 of them in a 12-month period. Other than that, the average is probably 6 that I handled directly per year, and some would be delegated out to lower ranks.
What factors led into you delegating out internal affairs investigations?
Some of it would be my own workload. Others, like lower level type internal affairs cases would be handled by a lieutenant, in some cases, a sergeant.
So is it fair to say that you would handle the more serious investigations?
Yes.
Do you know Robert Devine?
Yes.
And how do you know him?
We met at the police academy and we became friends somewhere around 1999.
Well, after following the police academy, what was your personal relationship with Mr. Devine like?
It was highs and lows. I mean, it was, we were good friends for a long time. There was times that I created distance deliberately because of some things that have been going on. And I made the personal choice to, not really have him as a friend. And then it became a superior subordinate type relationship where I was just managing an employee.
And when did that superior subordinate relationship begin?
After I got promoted to deputy chief.
Prior to your promotion to deputy chief, outside of the professional world, did you see Mr. Devine socially?
Yes.
And in what types of circumstances?
In the beginning, it was a friendship. It was, family events, birthdays, weddings, different things like that.
Do you have an approximate time to when that social side of the relationship ended?
I'd say like probably like 2011, around there. Things got a little bit challenging at times.
Were there ever any conflicts in the workplace?
Yes.
And can you briefly go through those conflicts?
Sure. There was a conference that we went to, and he had asked me for feedback on things that might not be going so well. So I took him up on it, had lunch with him, and told him about some things that were kind of lending towards arrogance. There was a former member of the Explorers that had been getting way too cozy. So he and another member of the department had raised the concern and said, you got to be careful. There was a matter involving him being a cooperating witness for the defense of a guy from the department that had been indicted and tried and convicted. I took sort of a objection to the fact that he did 180 degrees and bailed on being a witness on behalf of the defense. There was hard feelings over it, and it really wasn't a question of right and wrong. It was more a question of moral principle. Just like every once in a while, you get into it. At the point in time, he had transitioned from lieutenant to deputy chief, and the relationship for that time was, superior subordinate at times as well. So just like regular disagreements now and again.
As to the former police explorer you were speaking about, is that somebody other than SB?
It is.
And was that person an adult at the time?
Yes.
Do you have an approximate time frame for that? And what about Mr. Devine serving as a witness for the indicted officer? When was that?
So he was a witness in, I want to say, in 2004. The sergeant ended up getting a second trial, and I think he had a second trial in maybe 2009, somewhere around there. At the time, there was a new chief coming in, so that probably had a factor in on his decision to not be a defense witness. I think that was the time frame. I could be off.
Objection, motion to strike. He's offering my client's state of mind.
I don't think I understood the answer to be that.
Okay.
So, but I am going to ask you, Chief, to keep your voice up.
Oh, I apologize. No problem.
Were there any other conflicts that you remember?
No, not really. No.
After you became deputy chief, was there any point at which the relationship was mended?
To the degree that he was a subordinate, his father had passed away. I just felt like he was really down in the dumps, and I had extended an olive branch, had a quick conversation with him about loss. I struggled with the loss of my father, and I know that he probably was feeling the same thing. So I felt it was an opportunity to extend an olive branch.
From your perspective, did he accept it?
He did.
And approximately what year did that occur?
I don't know, 2017 or 18. I'm not really sure.
To your knowledge, was Mr. Devine demoted in 2015?
Yeah, it was either 15 or 16, yes.
And what was his rank at the time he was demoted?
He was deputy chief of police, but he had civil service rank as a lieutenant.
And what was he demoted to?
Patrol officer.
Was there an internal affairs investigation, to your knowledge, that took place?
Yes.
Were you any part of that internal affairs investigation?
No.
Do you know what rank you were in 2015, 2016?
Yes, I was sergeant.
So at that time, Mr. Devine still outranked you?
Yes.
And typically, is it the policy that you're not involved in internal affairs investigations for people who outrank you?
I mean, typically, unless you're a witness to the event.
Now, despite your personal relationship, do you believe that you held out any biases against Mr. Devine in the workplace?
I do.
Objection. Oh, sorry.
So that was wrong.
And Do you want to roll on the objection?
No, it's withdrawn. Those are the easy ones to rule.
And what was that bias?
I didn't have any bias against him. Maybe I misunderstood your question. I don't think I had any bias against him. So I apologize if I misunderstood the question.
Sorry. Okay. So just to be clear, do you believe that you held any bias toward him in the workplace?
No.
And that's despite any personal differences, correct?
Yes.
Now, in February of 2021, did you come to learn that the individual SB was found dead in her apartment?
Yes.
Do you know the date of that?
This is early February, I believe.
And that's 2021?
Yes.
How did you find out that information?
Chief McNamara and I ended up on a three-way phone call with Lieutenant Fanning from the Mass State Police. Some information had made it back to the department through Detective Shanna Isabel. She had, you know, some sort of a relationship with SP, and she was trying to help her. So I believe she was aware of it, but, you know, the chief and I got the official notification from Lieutenant Fanning by way of a three-way phone call.
Did you know SP personally?
No, I knew her from around town.
What are the circumstances where you would have seen her around town?
She worked at the Dunkin' Donuts that I stopped at. You know, she'd go to public events. She would always go out of her way to greet and be polite to officers and public safety in uniform.
After her death, did there come a time when there were allegations of an officer's misconduct within the Stoughton Police Department related to SB?
Yes.
And how did that come about?
That was another phone call from Lieutenant Fanning, giving the chief and I an update on the circumstances and explaining that he was doing a criminal investigation.
Which officer was that?
Lieutenant John Fanning.
Which officer had the allegations of misconduct?
At that time, Lieutenant Fanning made us aware from the information that he had that there was a relationship between SB and Matt Farwell.
How early on in the investigation did you learn about the potential relationship between SB and Matthew Farwell?
Within weeks.
What did Stoughton Police Department do as a result?
So the chief and I had some meetings with the town manager, town council. We opened up a case file. The chief directed I begin in internal affairs alongside the work of the Mass State Police. Went into IMC, which is our computer database, and we locked out everybody to access to records to SB. And the only ones that had access to the records was myself and the chief. Printed off a hard copy of everything that we had in the database for her. And then it was just sort of a holding pattern until we heard back from the Mass State Police.
How soon after you found out about the alleged misconduct did you let Matthew Farwell know about the allegations?
I think it was when we found information that implicated him. We put him on paid administrative leave after an extensive discussion with the town manager and town council.
Were you assigned to the internal affairs investigation?
Yes.
Was anyone else from the Stoughton Police Department involved in the investigation?
No.
What was Chief McNamara's role?
So in the organizational structure and policy, the chief is the decision maker for the investigative work that I do. I would make recommendations to the chief on any IA. The chief would receive sometimes daily, but by policy every 7 days, an update of in some form or another about what was going on with the case.
Did you maintain that system throughout the internal affairs investigation?
Yes.
And is it fair to say that it lasted well over a year?
Yes.
Was the related Massachusetts State Police investigation around SB's death part of the reason for the delay?
Yes.
Were there any other reasons for the investigation taking so long?
I mean, I knew that according to the information I was receiving from Lieutenant Fanning, they were having difficulty breaking into the cell phone. The data that we had was only from a laptop sync.
Do you know where that laptop was recovered?
I believe it was recovered in her apartment and held by the Mass State Police.
Did you ever take custody of that laptop?
I did.
And did you ever receive the data download from that laptop?
I did a partial one, yes.
From who did you receive that download?
Lieutenant Fanning.
Were her cell phones ever cracked?
Yes.
And what does it mean to crack a cell phone?
Apple iPhone is high with security, and they use an algorithm program called Gray Key to break through to get the PIN broken so that they could actually access the phone and download everything into Cellbrite.
Did the state police ever provide you with data from her cell phone?
Yes.
Was the data from her cell phone and laptop incorporated into the internal affairs investigation?
Yes.
When we're discussing volume of evidence, how much are we talking for this investigation?
Tens of thousands of pages.
What do those pages consist of?
Calendar information, text messaging, contacts, emails, photographs, videos, just everything that you would have in your cell phone, only in Cellbrite, well, data format.
For how long was the investigation solely focused on Matthew Farwell?
In the beginning it was, and then we learned of contact with other members of the department or former members of the department as well. I'd say that was probably about late spring, early summer that it materialized into other people.
And is that still in 2021?
Yes.
Who are the other officers that ended up being involved in the misconduct allegations?
It was Billy Farwell, Matt's twin brother, Josh Heel, the former animal control officer that later became an Abington officer. There's a couple officers that we had as witnesses, but not that were implicated. And a member of the military that was implicated, that was referred back to them. And I think that's it.
Was Mr. Devine ever the subject of the IA?
Yes.
When Mr. Devine became a subject of the internal affairs investigation, did you consider recusing yourself?
Effectively, I did, to the degree that I did not interview him, but I had to have a role in what was happening with the case.
Who interviewed him?
Retired Captain Paul Littleine, and I believe he had with him retired Lieutenant Bob Fries.
Were these other investigators independent of the Stoughton Police Department?
Yes.
How many investigators did you have other than yourself?
3.
And were they all former state police?
Yes.
Now, you stated that you did not participate in the interview of Devine, is that correct?
Yes.
And why not?
I mean, I figured that, if there was something that resulted in him being implicated in any way, that he was going to claim some sort of bias or personal grudge on my part.
During the investigation, did you personally interview either William Farwell or Matthew Farwell?
No.
At the conclusion of your investigation, were either of the Farwell brothers or Mr. Devine still employed at the Stoughton Police Department?
No.
And what happened?
So Rob Devine ended up retiring when a second interview was being scheduled. Billy Farwell had been on military orders, and he was already aware that he was going to be a witness, but he was, in my opinion, he was delaying or dodging having to sit for an interview. And Matthew Farwell, under the advice of his attorney, ended up resigning.
And did Mr. Devine retire?
He did.
How close to the end of the investigation did you retire?
It's a 19-month investigation that began in February of 21. So, excuse me, I think it was sometime in 2022.
Was a large part of the investigation the review of digital evidence?
Yes.
And why is it?
It was really all we had to go on other than witness testimony and anything that would have been reported or called in by any of SB's friends. The data was the heart of the case.
And part of the data, as you stated earlier, was her SB's personal correspondence.
Yes.
Was there correspondence between SB and Matthew Farwell on the devices?
Yes.
And between SB and William Farwell?
Yes.
Was there any correspondence with an individual with saved as the contact name Robert Devine?
Objection.
Grounds?
I withdraw. I'm sorry.
Was,
I withdraw my objection.
oh, okay.
So, did you ask me screen name?
When their contact name shows up in correspondence, was anybody reflected as Robert Devine?
No.
Did you later believe that some of her correspondence was with Robert Devine?
Yes.
And in what form was that correspondence?
Facebook ID, Marty Riggs.
Are you familiar with the name Marty Riggs?
Yes.
And where does it come from?
Lethal Weapon.
Is that a movie?
It is.
Ask that the witness be shown in Exhibit 1. One moment. Can we go to page 38? And do you recognize this information, Chief? It's in the notebook to your left as well.
Yes.
And what is this a discussion of?
This is an excerpt from my investigative report. Describing I met with Luke.
It should be in front of you in the binder if it's easier to read.
This one?
Yeah, page
30.
38.
Is an interview. I don't know if this is a different page sequence.
Oh, so it should be on the post-Devine closed hearing. So it's in the center of the page is the page number.
Sorry.
So that's 48. All right, I got it. 38. Yeah, sorry, where did you want me to begin?
The midway through that first paragraph, based on So are these the reasons why you concluded that Robert Devine is using the alias Marty Riggs?
Well, that and a Cellbrite screenshot that had.
Can I ask that the witness be shown Exhibit 8, 897?
Ron, I object to this exhibit. I don't believe it was a download from a Celebrate. Also, you can see this highlight on this document.
So let me get clear. First of all, this is from which exhibit? Part of.
And I was able to recreate the same screenshot yesterday.
What do you mean recreated?
I found the data within the raw cell phone file.
But it was also in Exhibit 2.
Correct. Yes.
And the way it was received by you, did it have the circles and the lines?
From the Stoughton Police Department, yes, but I created a clean copy yesterday if the court would like one.
Oh, without that?
Yes.
I'd like
That
that.
satisfy you?
Yeah, if we could get a copy of it.
I can forward it to everybody right now.
Okay.
Or should I wait?
Well, I think we ought to be looking at what we're considering, so
Okay.
why don't you,
Sure.
I'd like to add further, Your Honor, that what has been represented to us and what has been presented to this court is not this particular document, but is located on page number 625. As part of the Celebrate. It is actually part of the Celebrate exhibit.
so there's another form.
It's a very different form, very different document.
Well, right now, let me see what the division sends to us. So I know what I'm comparing it to.
And we,
Did you get an email?
yeah, sure, so did. And we are going to print out hard copies if anyone would like one.
Yes, I would like one.
Great. Penny, do you want to print out 5 copies?
Yes.
And for the record, with this exhibit that Attorney Martinez just sent, should we make a separate exhibit and add that to?
I want these to be, just so there's no confusion later on, separately mark the document that Mr. Martinez just sent as a separate exhibit, and then mark the page from that was initially displayed from Exhibit 2 as a separate exhibit, and perhaps the cell right one, but let me see what I'm looking at first. Mr. Martinez, are you aware that cell right, in fact, there's another copy of it in there as well?
So in Exhibit 2, which is the data extracted from essentially there's a Cellbrite program where you can open up all the data in her phone. So on the left, you can see that's where I was able to access all the contents of her phone. And in the top right, you can see on the left photo in the top right, you can see all I did was search for Devine. It's in the left photo toward that right corner.
Your Honor, I object to counsel becoming a witness in creating existing documents during the course of the hearing.
Right now, I'm trying to figure out what the source of the document that's being shown to you. So that's all. I'm not making judgments about its authenticity, its truth, or anything else. I just want to know where I'm getting this stuff from. So what we've just received and was just described by Mr. Martinez, I want to mark as a separate exhibit. Right?
Yes.
Which will be, what numbers are we up to?
I believe it was the Exhibit 9 for the division. And correct me if I'm wrong.
That's correct.
And the page that was extracted from Exhibit 2, the one that was up before with the lines on it, we made that a separate Exhibit 2?
Yes, and that was page 897.
Yeah.
So if the parties agree, that could be the division's exhibit.
I think that's already 8.
Oh, okay, perfect. I Judge Fishman, though, did you want to make that part a separate exhibit? I just want to be clear. All right.
But Exhibit A it's a lot of data. It's not a single document, is it?
Exhibit 8 is just that screenshot with the yellow highlight and the lines.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's just that single page.
Sounds
Thank
good.
you.
If I may, Your Honor, the exhibit on page 625 is actually what was produced. It is very different from what we're looking up here and as presented on page
Well,
897.
let's bring that up to 625, which was from Exhibit 1.
Yes.
I believe 625 is Exhibit 2. But again, the Exhibit 2 is all extractions from the hard drive.
Right.
So this is the extraction.
So since we submitted exhibits, since we did motions in limine, I've had Exhibit 8 and it's been the same document the entire time. I also included this within Exhibit 2 when the court asked for me to include excerpts, but Exhibit 8 had already been included as part of the exhibits and was already one of the proposed exhibits at the time of the motions in limine.
So is it your position that Exhibit 9 and the Exhibit 2, page 625 are the same document?
No, Exhibit 8 and Exhibit 9 are the same.
But we have something else now that's being shown to us exhibits.
This is, I believe this is the screen that the respondent mistakenly believed to be the same as Exhibit 8, but it's not the same.
Exactly, that's the point. This is what was produced.
Well, you've had the entirety of Exhibit 2, right? So you would have had page 897 from Exhibit 2, that was produced to you as well, right?
Yes,
And that's the one with the lines on it.
yes.
And is it your position that page 897 and page 625 are the same document without the lines?
897 and 620. No, I'm suggesting they're very different documents. And if you look, Your Honor,
I'm trying to figure it out.
the other document doesn't. She owns this account.
When you say this, we're talking about a lot of documents. Right now, we're looking at Exhibit 2, page 625, right?
Correct.
So
And
I
I see I see owner participant, yeah.
I do just want to be clear. The division isn't representing that this is the same as 897.
No, I understand that.
Yeah.
And I can't compare the two without, I'm gonna look at the one so I can compare this.
Apologies, I'm trying to print the exhibit.
Yes. Just so I've got this clear. Exhibit H, which you separately took out of the mass and isolated. Are you saying that that was found originally as part of the Exhibit 2?
Correct.
In a, okay. And when you saw it in Exhibit 2, it contained the yellow circle.
No, no, it did not.
No. But you also say it's different than this that appears in Exhibit 2 as well.
Yeah, so this is different than the document that I was showing and that I was able to recreate yesterday.
And the document that shows the lines was from Exhibit 1 originally, it was 38 or something like that.
No, it's directly from the Stoughton Police Department. It's not included from so it's within the data in Exhibit 2. So
That's what I'm asking.
yes, so it's included in the data in Exhibit 2, yes.
And when you said found in page 38, is that where it was in Exhibit 2? Wouldn't page 38 of all these documents wouldn't be at page 38?
No.
I got you.
Can you also put them side by side on the screen?
Yeah, why don't you do that? That would be helpful.
Yeah.
Right now, I just want, you get 3 side by side?
Yeah. Right there.
Amazing.
Hard to see, but I can put one up here too.
All right, so let's make sure. Here's the one that's the markers.
I mean, sorry.
So what I want to do, first of all, with regard to the first one, we sought to introduce, which is now on the right-hand screen, one to the left, right? It's in the right-hand side to the document on the left on the right-hand screen, right? Just so we're all on literally on the same page, which was found that I want you to lay a foundation for that document comes from, and then we'll figure out the other two in a minute.
Yes, so I received that from.
Can you do it with him?
No, I received it from the Stoughton Police Department, from Chief McNamara.
So it's, now hold on. The one with the markings you received,
Yes.
when?
Um,
So it's not contained in the exhibit.
yes, it is. Yes,
Is it part of Exhibit 2?
yes, that's where that information is derived from, is Exhibit 2. So the entire cell phone contents are on Exhibit 2. That's where this came from, is the cell phone contents.
But without the markings.
Correct, without the marking.
That's what I'm talking about.
Oh, okay,
So
yes.
the document came separate.
Yes, it did.
And so it hasn't been offered.
Yes, it has. I offered it even before the motions eliminate, and it was admitted into evidence.
As identified as what?
As an extraction from Exhibit 2.
And that was Exhibit 8.
Yes.
It was identified.
Hold on. Let me follow my train of thought here. troubled by the foundation. It's one thing to have been now it's a different criteria for a disability in terms of authentication without knowing how the markings appeared on that document. I understand that's why you try to create a clean document to clean that up.
Right.
But do you believe this witness can explain the document markings on?
I don't believe so, no.
You don't have any reason.
Yeah.
But the last witness should have been able to do that, I would assume.
Possibly, Your Honor.
Well, but what's presently 8 is the clean copy that one would find if you went into the
Exhibit 9.
Exhibit 9 is a clean copy, but
Correct.
you would find that if you plowed through all of these documents,
Yes.
right?
Correct. Yes, we can take Exhibit 8 out and put in Exhibit 9. But I neglected to ask Chief McNamara because as we saw, she wasn't as involved in the IU report as
Well, I'm not sure what we do yet about 9, but let's talk about 8.
Yes.
I don't believe there's adequate foundation for 8, and and you're seeking to exclude it, are you not?
I am.
All right. So Exhibit 8 is an objection to Exhibit 8 is sustained. That'll be, I want to separately mark that for identification so it's there for future purposes. I believe we're actually having our first exhibit for identification, so let's just call it A for identification. Everybody's all right with that. And let's turn to Exhibit 9 for a moment. And I do want to hear to the extent that I'd like to hear some foundation questions with regard to that
Okay, as to the cell phone data?
from where this document you say it's extracted.
Chief Holmes, during your internal affairs investigation, did you review some of the raw data from SP cell phone?
I did.
Can you look at the screen now as what's displayed? Does this look familiar to you?
Yes.
And what is it? What are we looking at?
The left is,
Objection.
excuse me.
If I may, Your Honor, in the middle of the trial, a document is being presented as evidence. There are, to the left of it, as part of this document, there are several names on it. We don't know what any of this is, and we shouldn't be blindsided in the middle of a trial.
I haven't blindsided, no one's blindsided you, so I'm trying to determine whether it should come in, and I'm certainly going to hear your full objection to it once I hear what the foundation is. So continue, please.
What's displayed on screen?
So the left side is Excel. The format is more or less Excel when you're in Cellbrite. So when you pull up a data set, you get the spreadsheet that you see to the left, and when you highlight or click on it, you get the cell to the right that provides data on what's being highlighted. So when you see the blue left side highlighted and you click on it, which I did, you get the screen on the right, which will give you indicators of what it is.
And that's the information contained within that particular message or contact or whatever it may be.
Correct.
And this was material that you received as part of your investigation that was contained in the exhibit to your investigative report.
Yes.
But when it was contained in there, if somebody were just simply to open that material, would you see the document on the right? Or would you display the document on the left? Or do you have to do another exercise and process in order to be able to find that list and click on rigs and find that document?
So if I was to go up a cell, Your Honor, and click on whatever that name is there, clicked on that and highlighted it, you get another screen to the right. But before you start clicking on any of the cells, you don't have anything on the right. That pops up when you're in the cell that you want to look at and examine.
So you're saying without doing that exercise, you wouldn't be left to look at the downloaded information and find this very same document on the right? If you did without doing a digital search for it, right? Do you need to do that in order to discover that document on the right? Is that what you're saying?
Yes. So the left is the result of whatever search criteria you put in. Might have been contacts, might have been names, it might have been whatever filter I was using at the time. And then it's not until you click on that cell that you get a document or an information field on the right.
So when this document was produced to the respondent, they wouldn't have seen any of this.
All of the information is contained within Exhibit 2. The respondent has had the raw cell phone data for 15 months.
So you're saying that the respondent would have been able to do the same exercise that you did in order, or whoever did this, in order to bring up that document?
Yes.
No, it's celebrate.
Wait, please. I promise you, you'll get your chance.
And I would be able to recreate it right now as well. With 3 clicks once you upload the raw cell phone data.
Okay. Let me hear from you.
Well, Cellbrite is on $10,000 a month. The Cellbrite program, I looked it up. It's cost prohibitive, clearly, for an independent person to do it. But we were unaware.
But you received this.
We were unaware that we could access any of this. We received the reports as they were reports in PDF format. We've never seen this. We've never been availed the opportunity to do this. And also, Your Honor, if I may just point out, we have the headings, and then we have a slide over. What's over? What's over here on the other that's off screen?
You sure you want to know?
I think it's going to say the owner is SD. Like 625, page 625 says.
There's no doubt that the owner of the cell phone is SD.
I know. We'll be able to argue what that means.
Yeah.
Right now, later on, people can argue what the relevancy and probative value of this is. Right now, I'm trying to figure out what comes in. I want to make sure 2 things. One, that it was something that was contained in the exhibit that has been admitted to evidence. I don't want it, that's extraneous, and it's a whole different inquiry. But what about the notion that what the respondent received was a PDF file and not the ability to open up open it up and do exactly the exercise you did?
So that's factually untrue, because you can open up the hard drive that I gave to the respondent, and there's a program, Cellbrite, that you can open up and then open up the raw cell phone data. It's downloaded onto the hard drive.
It's on the drive.
Yeah.
I was with Attorney Martinez about 2 weeks ago with Mr. Devine, and I tried to do that with the drive I had in his office, in the conference room, and it wouldn't work. I tried to do it with him, and it wouldn't work.
Why were you trying? Because you had learned from him you can do it, or because you expected to be able to do that?
No, because your Honor had told us to meet and go through the exhibits.
I realized.
And we were going through the exhibits, and I'm like, we can't get into this, and we can't. And he said, I can't get into it either. In the presence of Mr. Devine. That's why I brought Mr. Devine with me.
The plot thickens.
That's untrue, first of all. And second, he had this information for 14.5 months, and 2 weeks before the hearing, he said, I've never seen this file on here before. That's not my fault that Mr. Devine,
But 14 months ago, he had tried to do it just as you tried to do it in your office. Why should I believe it would have produced what you have here?
So what Attorney Stowe said when...
Remember, you're talking to a digital neophyte, so they'll get to it.
What Attorney Stowe had said when he attempted to open that file, and actually had also said so several months ago, was that, oh, I think I need a new laptop for this case because my laptop does not work to open this file.
And you agree that when you're in your office, he was unable to do that?
On his MacBook 2 weeks ago, correct.
Oh, well, I know
Yeah.
the recency of it.
But, sorry, excuse me, he made one attempt to open the file. And at that point, he said, I think I may need a different laptop.
Right, could I clarify for Cellbrite? Okay, no problem.
If somebody wants to question you about it, Chief, you'll be able to.
Yes, sir.
Do you say you can do that right now?
Yes, I can.
Go ahead and do that. So I know.
Do you think Attorney Martinez should plug the hard drive into this computer so everyone can see?
I don't see an issue with that.
Yeah, nobody turn off the Zoom share. Don't share the screen. There, share screen is off.
Would you like me to come up there? Or
How you want to do it?
would you like me to bring my laptop up? It may be easiest to do it that way.
Yeah, sure. Why don't you do that? We have an HDMI cable, so just,
Like the one we're using here?
oh, there's another one right there. Didn't work earlier, but he can set the hard drive right there. Okay. Great.
May I approach?
Yes,
And Attorney Stowe should likely come as well.
yeah, I think that's perfect.
Attorney Martinez, you can actually go, with Penny, she has. Yeah, I'll show you how to control it. Get it in here. Alright, you plug the hard drive in.
I think, okay, that actually might be better than my laptop. You have to go to, sorry, where's it at?
Yeah, I can show you. Right here.
So if you go to local disk, the password's 617.
Okay, do you wanna, you take a close? Might have used, no, there you go.
So this is this Stoughton, all this information is what I turned over to the respondent. If you open these files here, here's the Cellbrite reader.
What are you calling it, Cellbrite reader?
Yes. And it will likely take a few minutes because the amount of data that it has to load. So then this comes up and all you have to do is click activate later because there's already user information. And then the cell phone data automatically pops up. Oh, it looks like this isn't being.
Yeah, if you drag it over.
And it will take a minute. You can see it's loading in the bottom right there.
While we're waiting, Mr. Martinez, you say that what you produced, on the drive you produced, had the ability to open something about welcoming to Cellbrite reader or Cellbrite reader.
Yes, exactly. Yes, what I just logged into what I just put on this hard drive is an exact copy of everything that I gave to the respondent. I believe I even copied it from this hard drive. once all the data loads, it will be easy to navigate through, but it takes a while to boot up. So this is the front page. Once you open Celebrate, and it asks for the time zone. Basically, I set it so the time zone is Eastern.
By the way, can you bring the page over to the right so we can see the end of that last column there?
This information?
No, the other way.
Oh, I can scroll this way.
That's what I'm talking about. Thank you. Scrolling to the right.
I believe it's the exact same data, just in a different form. The exact same.
I thought you said you would expect to see the owner identified as being.
I said that, Your Honor, because.
And I actually thought Mr. Martinez was agreeing.
Oh, no.
I object to Attorney Martinez testifying.
But in terms of what was brought up by doing the search again, can we see the full document on that?
You're saying click here?
No, to the right, that one. You were able to expand on that.
Yeah.
Showed. That's what I'm talking about. Which is really just.
It's like the file trail.
I can see the file trail. Okay. What we're looking for is the proposed exhibit 9, which includes the sort of the search mechanism from Cellbrite to the left and the document that came up when the search was conducted. Why don't you folks go ahead and have a seat. Then I'm going to hear from Mr. Stowe on his objection to that document. And well, right now. Let's wait till he's back. Don't wait till he's down before you argue. You can stay there. I just didn't want you to argue until he got down there.
Yes, yeah.
So what do you say about admissibility this time?
Your Honor, I have the same arguments as I had. It's the first time we're seeing this is now during the trial. I expressed my inability to open any portions of software to Attorney Martinez. He didn't offer this as an option. And he didn't offer that as an option. I said, I need a call. Maybe I need to sign for
You know, for what is,
the opening this up for me at his office or anything else. So he had his computer. He could have opened it for me at that time and said, this is what's here. He actually told us he couldn't open it. So now here we are. And he said, I can't open this up either. And I believe he even tried to open it. Couldn't open it. So now here we are, 2 weeks later, and he said, oh, now I can open it.
what do you say about that last point?
That is just not true. I understand it's 2 to 1. I mean, I shouldn't have let Mr. Devine sit in on the meeting between 2 attorneys, but
Did you make any attempt to open it while?
I did not on my computer. No.
Do you make any attempt to assist Mr. Stowe in opening it on his computer?
No, because Mr. Stowe said, I have a Mac. I think it's not working because it's a Mac. I'll have to get a new computer before the hearing, is what he said.
Do you disagree with that?
I said it might be time for an upgrade. Without a new computer. I didn't say I was going to get a new computer before hearing. I didn't say anything like that.
I don't want to make.
He said,
See, I understand. It's not so much testimony, but there is a issue of production here, which is what I'm calling it, and it is technically included in the docket in the exhibit that I admitted, which is Exhibit 2. It's there. I've seen it open. My question is, did you and you're arguing? Look, I never saw this before, and I wouldn't have known about it unless told about it. And my question is, did you ever make any effort to use the Cellbrite reader in all the months that you had this document ahead of time?
I tried before. When I got the disc, I went through everything. I couldn't open it. And I talked to him. I believe I went into his office before and couldn't open it. And when he said when we met.
Well, that's important. You're now talking about something that happened 2 weeks before. You're telling me that sometime earlier in this discovery process, you went through the same exercise with Mr. Martinez?
We met a couple of times. You know, I tried to open stuff and he said, I can't open it either. Something we just can't open. So we left it at that.
You disagree with that?
I do disagree with that, and I specifically remember a few months ago, he also said I might need a different laptop because my Mac is not compatible.
And in neither of those visits did you open it for him on your computer?
No, I did not. He did not ask me to either, though. Okay, and it's not.
The conversation you were having obviously had something to do with the fact that the Cellbrite reader function is there, that you were attempting to open it because you knew that it produced a document when you open it, it helped find a divine reference, a document.
During the first interaction, he stated again, I think I'm going to need a new laptop for this case, and that was several months ago. And because he believed that he could not open it.
I'm on a different thing. I heard you say that. What I'm saying now is the discussion with the effort to open is because you had some discussion between you about the fact that there's this function, the Cellbrite reader function, which you may or may not have known about ahead of time in your experience. But that's what you were trying to do. You were trying to open the reader in order to make a search for a relevant document. Is that fair to say?
That's true.
So it's not as if you received a PDF that was essentially like a photograph, a digital photograph of something, as opposed to a functioning, the terminology sometimes escapes me. I know in my head what I'm saying, but a functioning process of Cellbrite reader, interactive process would allow you to do some kind of search.
Right. Could do that.
But you couldn't accomplish it. I understand that, but you knew that was something that presumably ought to be able to be done because he was telling you that.
Yeah, he was telling me, he told us that he couldn't open it either. That's what he said.
So why were you folks even doing this?
Well, because you expected us to go through the evidence.
That's 2 weeks ago. I'm talking about this month or 2 months or a year ago, or whatever the first time.
Because he couldn't open it either. we've had this conversation a couple times. We met, we got a flash drive, and then I think we got another drive. But I think I met with him 3 times to get these documents. I went in, and it was twice, because I went in, second time I went in, I said, I can't get this open. He said, I can't open it either. And then we said,
he couldn't open it either. You mean at that moment, or just?
I don't know what he meant by either.
And is that something you're saying didn't happen usually?
I never said that I could not open those Cellbrite files.
How long ago did you first able to open up and find that document?
Before I turned it over to Mr. Stowe, I wouldn't have turned it over if I wasn't able to open it.
I mean, so you've been aware of this. I'm not yet sure of all the, but you've been aware of the ability to do this in the production and what the search would produce for a while while you've had this material. But you're aware that specifically on this hard drive you could access, you could do the search through Cellbrite Reader.
Yes, I was aware. What was that?
And had accomplished it.
Yes, I had accomplished it even before the first time that I turned it over to Mr. Stowe in March of 2024. And the Post Commission does not have Cellbrite software either. It's saved onto the hard drive.
My God.
Yeah.
Right. And the clean copy that you had just produced as an extraction, that was the we had 3 things. We had this, we had the marked document. What was the third one?
Actually, from Exhibit 2, I wrote down, I believe it was
Page 625.
Yes. Yeah.
Is that another, that's the one you say is different than this?
Yes.
Right. But and you acknowledge it's different. It's a different image.
That's right. That's what we were produced.
I mean, that image was produced as part of the package of Exhibit 2.
Part of the package, so yes.
And presumably, if you went to the Cellbrite Reader, you would have been able to find that document as well somewhere in.
So the source file on this one, there's 3 raw data files on the hard drive. The source file there is different, I believe, than the source file in Exhibit. So there are multiple different raw files.
You're right. As another layer, we've opposed this based upon multi-layer hearsay. If this is a Facebook product, we've got statements on statements and production of documents by Facebook. Facebook has an agent in Massachusetts. They're a corporation within Massachusetts. They have a location, CT Corporation Service on 84 State Street. They could have subpoenaed in the records from Facebook.
That's an address that Post Commission is very familiar with.
Yeah, because I've got it from they changed their name to Meta. It's Facebook Inc. on 12/21/21. Exact name of foreign corporation. Meta.
Right, no, and that goes along with your objection. They should have gone directly to Facebook for authentication purposes. That's what you're saying. I understand, but I've ruled on that one. And but I have said that if, as you dig deep into the layers of hearsay, if there's, for whatever the evidence comes out to be, if it lacks, if it's being offered for truth and it lacks reliability, then I have to consider that objection as it comes along. But what I'm doing, I'm satisfied that the document that's now marked as proposed exhibit number 9 is data that was included in the exhibit, both material that was both produced to the respondent in this case as part of the and that it is function that is available as part of that data as produced. And it's consistent with my ruling in admitting Exhibit 2 in the first place to admit that. So I'm doing it over the objection of the respondent. If you want to offer Exhibit 2, page 625 as well.
That's one of their exhibits, I believe that's.
No, I know. Well, I mean, to me, it would be sensible to separately identify that particular page now, because you have made it a relevant comparison, figure, both in terms of your authentication, hearsay, objection, etc. And so that the record is clean, I think we ought to mark it as an exhibit right now, separate exhibit, even though just like this one,
Yes.
arguably it's contained in another exhibit, right? So let's do that. Let's make that Exhibit 10.
And
Right,
that's
just like-
on Exhibit 2, page 625. Penny, can you pull that up? Because we are looking at this is 625. Okay.
It's further in my
And I'm
objection.
sorry, one more thing, just so your record is clean. I want to make a copy of that and separately mark the document as part of the
Yep, I'll print
record
that.
here, right? I'm sorry, you were going to say, Mr. Stone?
I'd just like to add that my client's rights to cross-examine anyone on these documents with regard to the phone and who this is, it appears to be
Which one are you looking at when you're saying this?
Exhibit 9.
Yeah.
Those two are rights to due process.
So, quite frankly, I think I will learn. Well, let's see. Now that I've looked at the details of this. All right, well, it's obvious what its probative value is. All right. Well, I made my ruling on it. Mark, so the 10 and do the next.
Yeah.
Page 625.
And I'm printing out hard copies for the
Parties?
yes.
Yes, great, thank you. And did you make a separate copy of the Exhibit 8 for, that was the one with the markings on it? Because we're gonna make that a Exhibit 8 for identification. Right?
Yes, I will print that out as well.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. We continue now. And your rights are saved, and we'll continue with the testimony of the chief.
Let me check first. What is this marked as? 10?
Yes.
Yes.
This is
Chief Holmes, when you were reviewing the evidence in the internal affairs investigation, were you able to access Cellbrite?
Yes.
And were
Objection, Your Honor. We'd like some foundation as to.
Just gonna stop it right there. I'm back for a minute. I've been watching it the whole time. New people jumping up want to know what this is about. This is Robert Devine, a matter of concern with the Post Commission, Massachusetts Post Commission. They do certification and investigation of police officers in Massachusetts, en masse. in the Commonwealth. And this is an administrative hearing. It's not criminal, but it determines quite a bit because it's part of the public record, what they don't redact. The noise you hear is when they're trying to redact with sound, artificial sound. And often you'll see the documentation isn't shown, it's all blurred. I don't think they've shown any documents yet. They refer to Sandra Birchmore as SB. I'm not sure why. Some people speculate it's to protect victims, underage victims, which I would understand, but she is not here anymore. I wish they would say her name. I do. I can understand why using that for victims, underage victims, but I think she needs to be humanized. Sandra, say her name, Sandra. This is Robert Devine is the one who's kind of under administrative review. He's fighting this. And I think a lot of us know locally, he ran the Explorers program. He brought up the Farwells. He's the one who has been untouched thus far, but has all the doesn't look good. And you heard it all. Like there was even all these scandals before Sandra Birchmore with this guy. And they're just going through it. And basically so far who's testified. And this just got all dropped on us. This was going on in June, July. We wanted to see it. The Post Commission didn't let us see it. They announced these hearings were happening. We were all excited, the first one, and then we found out they weren't going to be letting us see them. They weren't going to let us broadcast. They had let us see and broadcast live the initial hearings, but not the actual kind of trial that this is. It's not like a criminal trial, but it is sort of a trial here. Let's be serious. There's people who come in and testify, and the first people who testified were the police chief for Stoughton, and now the deputy chief is on the stand right now. Basically, he's facing questions, and so yeah, this was just released like yesterday. So we're playing it, and I don't think the media knows really what's in this. I think they're all watching it. I think we're all trying to figure it out. Hasn't been much reporting. I did see WCVB reported one statement from Devine. That's the headline on our YouTube video tonight. I just wanted to bring attention to that. I don't even know if it's in tonight's video. Tonight's video, the one we're playing from the Post Commission, is like 8 hours long. I don't even know if we're going to get to finish that tonight because I want to redirect to Mazza Media. He's doing a fundraiser for Kelsey a little later. But we're going to play all the videos this week. There's a bunch of videos. This is like a mini trial, and we're just going to play them from beginning to end. This is the beginning of the administrative hearing. So let's continue on. Thank you, everybody watching.
What is Celebrate? Where is it from? What software is used? How it's used? Because as we go through the exhibits, and that's what you've seen from the exhibits, Celebrate, assuming all these documents download the Celebrate, gives multiple images of the same email chain. So if I send a message that says hello, it comes up hello, hello. Again, in certain instances, we'll see it as we go along.
Well, and you'll be able to cross on it, but why don't you give some foundation on Celebrate itself?
And perhaps it's back now.
May I conduct my direct?
You may, unless you want some more lessons.
No, that's okay. Do you mind explaining what Celebrate is?
Sure. Cellbrite is an investigative tool for managing cell phone data. It's typically used in drug cases. It's run off of, at the time, it's run off of one exclusive personal computer with a large amount of storage because when you download the data, it'll lock up your computer, it'll freeze things up. It's a tool that you can be used with certain filters, certain search parameters, date ranges, all sorts of things. It's a very, very complex tool.
And what exactly was that? Now, had that information from Black knowledge been accessed through Cellbrite?
I think it's its own program. I think they're separate.
And is it fair to say that one of the benefits of Cellbrite is that it presents the data in a neater way?
Well,
Yes.
this is an objection.
Well, I didn't finish my question.
Well, it's,
Yeah.
in either way, the question is
Yeah.
it leading, and it was leading, so it's objection sustained, even though we know what the answer is.
But what are some of the benefits of Cellbrite?
It manages the information more linear. It gives you different search features. It keeps all of the information really in one place for each data set that you pull. It's easier to use.
If you were to just receive a direct download of someone's cell phone data, would you just be able to open it on any computer?
No,
Are you personally certified as a Cellbrite expert?
no,
Were any of the independent investigators that Stoughton had hired more experienced in Cellbrite than you were?
yes.
Which investigators?
Sergeant Mike Bates.
Do you know what his background in Cellbrite is?
Yes.
Was-
He's a forensic computer expert. He's very well versed in Axiom, Blackcase, Cellbrite, all those investigative tools. Ran his own company when he retired from the Mass State Police.
Is that one of the reasons he was hired to help out on this investigation?
Yes.
When you were reviewing the evidence, did you frequently consult with the independent investigators?
I did.
How often?
In the beginning of using Cellbrite, I had Sergeant Bates in every other week. He talked me through a lot of different search type engines on the phone. Lieutenant Fanning is also well versed in it, so he gave me a lot of assistance.
And Lieutenant Fanning was currently active in the state police.
Yes.
Now you mentioned that there was an interview of Mr. Devine during the internal affairs investigation. Is that correct?
Yes.
Who conducted the investigation?
Captain Littling and Lieutenant Price.
Was there ever a second interview scheduled?
Yes.
Did a second interview ever take place?
No.
And why not?
The Robert Devine had retired.
After he retired, was there any way that you received additional information from Mr. Devine?
Yes.
And how was that?
First class mail. It may have been an email as well.
But why did he send you something?
I had sent a series of written questions because he had indicated in one form or another that of course he's going to cooperate with the investigation. And the investigation now protracted into whether or not he was being truthful in his initial responses in the first interview. So then I had sent a series of questions by first class mail and I received a response.
Can we go to page 227 in Exhibit 1? Do you recognize this document?
I do.
And what is it? Was this the, why did you send this letter?
He indicated to me in one form or another, again, it could have been an email. I don't remember, but he said, of course, I will cooperate with the investigation. And then he had said, any further correspondence, send it to me by mail. So I did that.
What's contained within this document? At this point, since Mr. Devine was retired, could you order him to participate in the IA?
No.
On this page, can you please read the first question on 219? Or sorry, 227, my apologies. Did Mr. Devine ever respond to these questions?
He did.
Can I ask that we move to, sorry, just one moment. We move to Division Exhibit 1 and I think it is, just one moment, sorry, Your Honor. 251. And then can you turn the page to, yeah, so it's beginning on 251, do you recognize this document? It's the next several pages as well.
Yes.
What is it? Now, did Mr. Devine respond to all the questions that you had asked in your letter?
I'd have to review the documents. I'm not 100% on whether or not he answered all those questions that I sent.
Do you remember in substance what his response to the allegations was?
His account got hacked and
was that ever a concern for you here?
no.
Why not? Did you ever reach any conclusions as to those primary questions?
Yes.
And did you believe Mr. Devine to be Marty Riggs?
Yes.
What did you base that conclusion on?
Based it on the data that was in the cell bright, based it on the context of the conversation that he was having with SB. There was nobody in the department who was in law school, to my recollection at that time, or that had just recently passed the bar, and that was the subject of some of the conversation. There's additional conversation about whether or not she was expecting a child with Matthew Farwell, and the response was something along the lines of, you shouldn't be talking to me about this, you shouldn't be talking to anybody about this.
May we go to Exhibit 1 on page let's do page 30, or excuse me, 26. Now, beginning about midway through the page, do you see a heading marked findings? On 26 should be the bottom middle page number.
Yes.
So what is this portion of the document we're looking at? Can you go through your findings as to Officer Devine?
Sure.
Was the alleged conduct underlying this allegation? Were any of his alleged interactions with SB, did they occur while on duty?
We believe so.
And what makes you believe so?
There was reference to meeting locations, and that was something that SB would do.
Was that within the correspondence of Marty Riggs?
Yes.
And what was the next finding after the incompetence?
The next finding was untruthful in violation of Section 4 of the Rules and Regs, and that was sustained. He did not.
And is there another finding that you came to in regard to Mr. Devine?
Yes.
And what is that?
Because
where is the Chateau restaurant?
Route 27 in Stoughton, about a quarter mile from the Brockton line.
Would it be within the patrol area of the Stoughton Police Department?
Yes.
Can we go to page? Just one moment, my apologies.
I believe I did.
Just one moment. So can we go to page? Sorry, Aaron, I lost my place at the break. Just 1 second. Okay, can we go to page 172? Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what is it? Okay, and can you direct your attention to page 182? So what does that mean? After Mr. Devine became involved in the investigation, do you believe that there was any point at which you had personal bias such that it would exclude you from investigating this case?
Objection, ask and answer.
Fine,
Ask and answer.
I'll allow it. Go ahead. You said no?
I did, Your Honor.
Nothing further.
Now, you testified that Mr. Devine retired, is that correct?
Yes.
Well, first of all, let me back up.
Actually, Mr. So, I'm sorry, but remember the recording issue? So
Sorry.
I know you're not used to that.
You just talked about times that Mr. Devine worked. Where are the timesheets?
They're not included in the case file.
They weren't included in the IA report, right?
Correct.
They're not included in the case file, correct?
Correct.
So you're just operating off of memory once you believe in what his hours were, correct?
No,
You never provided them a copy of the time records, did you?
they didn't become a part of the case file.
So let me go back, sir. Now, you did your investigation of Mr. Devine, and I go to 1402. Oh, I'm sorry.
That's not for you. This is
1402. Looking for my. Yeah, 1402.
Yes.
And is there a reason why it hasn't been provided in this instance, in this case?
I don't know that it hasn't.
Did you provide it to the post?
I gave Post everything that was in all the case files. I can't tell you sitting here today whether that was included or it's not.
Is it included in your IA report?
It should have been.
With regard to the next page. 1404, what is that? And there was one created for Mr. Devine,
There should have been.
has been provided.
I gave counsel everything that I had in my case file.
With regard to page 1405. What is that? Was that provided to council?
It should have been.
And how about page 1406? So will you agree with me that when you do an investigation, you have to be unbiased about it?
Of course.
Now, you've had a history with Mr. Devine, have you not, sir?
Sure.
And as part of that history, you had an altercation with his daughter, is that correct?
No.
Well, did you find that his 8-year-old daughter had been to this police station and wrote words with a crayon on a piece of paper?
Yes, I found a document in there and the chief handled that as a personnel matter
You find a document in where? Where would you find it?
in my department mailbox.
It was in your mailbox. Okay, what happened with that? What happened with the investigation?
I think the chief had one of the lieutenants look into it, and his daughter was not allowed into the building for a certain time period based on what she had put in the letter.
Okay, what did she put in the letter?
Revenge is a meal best served cold. I don't know. It was in crayon. It was children's writing, something like that.
That's a quote from Star Trek, Wrath of Khan, isn't it?
No, it's a quote from Man on Fire.
So
I hate to interrupt your cross-examination, but I don't want to be the only one in the room that doesn't know what Man on Fire is.
It's a Denzel Washington movie, Ron. It was pretty good.
What was it?
It's a Denzel Washington movie.
Oh, is it?
Yeah. A lot of violence.
I think I just read the book first.
Didn't see that.
you didn't take Mr. Devine's first interview. Because why? What was the reason?
Just keep it clean. I figured he was going to make an allegation that I had some sort of bias against him.
You had a history with him. Could you describe your animus, if any, against Mr. Devine?
I mean, I wasn't happy with what materialized with this case, and as a matter of fact, nobody at 26 Rose Street was happy with what happened. But I mean, like I said in the beginning of my testimony, met him in the academy. We were good friends. We stayed good friends. The job changes your relationship sometimes with subordinate relationship. Didn't agree with some things that he did. He had made personal lifestyle choices that I choose to not be involved in to keep my life simple. We put safeguards in place to keep any bias out of it.
The personal lifestyle choices of what? Why was that? Why'd you have a problem with that?
I just choose to not associate with people in my life that do that sort of thing because it causes complications.
And when he was coming back to the department after the incident in 2015, were you part of a vote to try to not have him come back?
No.
Was there some sort of vote done in the department about his coming back?
I mean, it may have. I'm not sure. There was later action against the town manager involving his role in the decision to he wanted Devine fired. The town manager did not, so the union at one point in time they voted no confidence in him. The town manager, that is.
Now, we were just talking about And he actually raised that objection, didn't he? Says there's a conflict that you have.
I'm sorry, what are you asking me?
Yes, sir.
What,
Are you
what you're
aware he's
asking?
raised the issue that you have a conflict of interest?
Without a doubt, I'm sure he has.
So you knew that was gonna come, right?
Sure.
Okay. So you didn't recuse yourself from the investigation, right?
Nope.
Now, you testified that the Monty Riggs file, let's back up. Let's go through it. Sorry, I keep standing.
No, you can stand. Just when you're talking, usually near the mic.
I'd like to go to page 14. So when you did the investigation, you had a couple of assistants.
I did 3. I did.
And who was that?
The attorney that represents the estate of SB.
The attorney Marullo provided you the box of documents, is that correct?
Yes.
You did investigations as well?
I did not.
Who did the investigation?
Who's looking at it? The law firm represents Town Advocate.
So outside law firm handles the investigation of the scheme.
So the reason was targeted, yes, he was a witness in this case only.
Well, as part of this case, there was DNA tests and everything else done at the kennel where he worked, because he was a dog officer, right?
Right.
So he was a suspect.
He was a witness for us. He was not an employee at the time where he was interviewed. He was compelled by rules and regs of his own department and ordered by his chief to cooperate with the investigation, which he did. And then their chief made an inquiry into whether or not he should have been suitable for employment there. And he ended up leaving that department.
So you and Pat were investigating the death of Mr. right?
No,
And why would you say that?
I had no jurisdiction to do that. As I answered in a previous question, my internal affairs investigation concerned policies, procedures, rules, and regs of members of the department. And any such evidence of a crime would have been referred right back to Lieutenant Fanning.
By the way, do you know what Officer Robert Cohn
Kuhn, K-U-H-N, yes,
went to law school?
he did.
Same with Robert, right?
Yes,
Where did he work?
he's a detective at the Stoughton Police Department.
Well, earlier you testified you didn't know anybody who else was in law school from Stoughton Police Department, did you?
At that time, correct.
At that time, I mean, 10 minutes ago?
At the time that Officer Robert Devine was in law school, I don't believe anybody else was in law school. Detective Kuhn ended up going as a military veteran on the Gold Star program, and he's a practicing attorney in Plymouth County right now.
He's a practicing attorney in Holmes County right now.
He is.
He went to law school, right?
Sure.
So it could have been somebody else in Stoughton Police Department with the name of Robert or Bob or Rob or whatever it might be, who was in law school at the same time as Ms. Birch, 2020, right?
Sure, they could have been. If I misspoke, I misspoke. I explained that my recollection is that there was only one person finishing law school or in law school at that time that had passed the bar, and it was conversation to that context.
So you could have been incorrect in your statement that there was nobody else in Stoughton Police Department who was a member of the bar going to law school, correct?
Sure.
Is that correct?
I don't know. I'm sure that we talked about it.
Page 719. 2/3 of the way down.
Like the video story, for some reason. I think they had Zoom issues because when Donna McNamara was on, everything was sounding good. This guy comes on, and it's not as good as the tell. It's glitching. You can hear the glitching beyond the artificial sound. This is the deputy chief. His name's Brian Holmes. I don't know what's going on. We're almost wrapping up. There's another at least person interviewed on this date that we're doing. This is the first June 5th hearing that we didn't get to see, and they just dropped all these hearings on yesterday. So we don't even know what's in them. Instead of me sitting at home and watching them by myself to figure it out, we're watching them together, and we'll see what's in them. But right from the start, the state really did make a lot of accusations against this guy, even before Sandra Birchmore. And so far, you can see the police chief and this deputy chief don't really have a lot good to say so far about Robert Devine. A lot of scandals, a lot of issues, and it's going to be interesting to see when we see Robert Devine actually on the stand. Do we hear the sound? Oh, man. Has anyone still picture? It's been a long day. Yeah, the lifestyle choices of interesting comedy, right? And I'm going to just be streaming all of these all week to get through this. We'll do it together. Let me just check this.
Now, is it important when you're drafting an internal affairs report to include information that is both harmful? Now, is it important when you're drafting an internal affairs report to include information that is both harmful and helpful as a neutral party?
Yes,
Is it important to keep the entire file together so the person coming in behind you gets the opportunity to see that file?
yes,
I've been at post since the beginning of this case. I've reviewed files several times before compiling discovery, and I 99.99% sure, as sure as I can be, that all the materials were disclosed to Mr. Stowe, and I
0.01, we should be worried.
I would be worried about that 0.01. I don't think you should be worried. I double checked discovery. Like I said, I represented this back in March of last year. I believe that Mr. Stowe has the entire case file that Post is in possession of.
And you would agree, as far as you're concerned, that, for example, it doesn't include the transcript of her interview.
Correct. The only written transcripts we have are the heel ones that were included.
Okay.
Yeah.
Leave it there. Maz is going. He's got a Kelsey Fitzsimmons fundraising going tonight. I want to promote that. I'm going to redirect everybody. We're going to watch more of this tomorrow. I don't know if it's going to be in the afternoon, morning, evening. It depends on the family and dog schedule, but we'll be watching more of this week. The rest of this video sometime tomorrow, and the rest of these videos throughout the week, because there's a lot of videos here. We haven't even gotten to Robert Devine. Apparently, he made this crazy statement that we headlined the video, but it wasn't in, the first half of this hearing so far. So far, we've had two witnesses. We had the police chief, Donna McNamara, and the deputy police chief of Stoughton Police, Brian Holmes, were the two people that we heard give testimony here. And they had a number of things to say. And the nice thing about this is playing it live and streaming it is we can make sure. I don't know if they have their captions turned on, but I like watching the stuff back with captions so we can see exactly what they said. And we have a nice transcript to go through it all because there's a lot of content. And if we do it together, I feel like more people will kind of absorb it and figure out what actually are we learning from this. Someone said, what are we learning from this after 4.5 hours? That's a point. I don't know. And if only one of us is doing it, we could miss a lot. So that's why we're doing it together, hopefully. And everyone just checks this out. And we don't know. I mean, this is wild to get this back from June. This is newly released. So again, we'll be back tomorrow sometime playing the last bit of this hearing and going on to the next one. We're just going to go every date in order, just like we're watching a trial at home. This is the first time experience for most of us. So I'll see you sometime tomorrow. And I'll see you over at Mazza Media Chat. He's going to be streaming right now with some great people, Boston B, Britt Happens, Lauren Katie. Check them out over at Mazza Media. They're fundraising for Kelsey Fitzsimmons, which there was a great story that just came out from the Mass Lawyers Weekly, the big time publication for lawyers in the state. And they just had a very pro Kelsey editorial about her being locked up and how unconstitutional and shackling, all this stuff. And so go watch over Mazza Media. We'll see you over there in the chat. Have a great night, everyone. Thank you so much. And we'll see you very soon. Peace out.